Welcome to the Gust Bowl, everybody. Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport is brought to you live today on MSP Airport Live as we begin our live plane spotting coverage from the Twin Cities Aviation Mecca. And we're so delighted to have you on board today for an episode of live plane spotting on MSP Airport Live. Alex Redding alongside RJ Bean, happy to bring you all the action today from the Twin Cities hotspot for aviation. And I'll tell you what, today is one of the windier days that we've been out here to do plane spotting in. And, well, as I was getting set up, it was so strong. I think there was a close to 30-knot gust that just took my ladder before I could securely sandbag it. And it just got swept away, got carried 5 feet. It's a lightweight aluminum ladder, but, yeah, that was not fun. Well, the other big note for today, just in case you're wondering, is that we're going to have non-stop plane spotting action. And because our winds are as intense as they are, 270 at 14. Now, it was much stronger earlier when we were setting up, but as you could probably already tell, it's going to be one of those days. We welcome in the second member of our on-air crew today, RJ Bean. RJ, so great to have you on board today.
No, I'm not home moderating today.
You're out here with us. We appreciate it. And I'll say this. It's going to be a wild day for spotting because we have that wind that is going to continue to play such a significant factor.
And our departures are off the 30s today, and they are getting up and out of here in a hurry because of these winds.
Well, certainly gaining altitude on departure is not going to be a problem at all, RJ, as you pointed out. Well, and pilots love this headwind because it's pretty much right down the pipe for the 30s.
And the parallels are just the only two runways that are active, it looks like, so that's to our benefit.
Contact departure today. Okay, 280, departure, 2658, contact departure.
And as I kind of discussed it with you, Alex, of course, when I got here, Olaf is going to ride out the street today from inside of my car because of these winds. Certainly don't want anything to happen to him. But he's here.
Looks like my tripod is a little bit stiff today along with the wind here. Apologies for that, because we have Sun Country that is just arriving on the south parallel runway today. So much different than yesterday. We have temperatures that are now well into the 60s. 61 degrees Fahrenheit is the current temp out here at MSP Airport, which I'll tell you what, for yesterday being in the low 40s, being in the low 60s today, at about almost 20 degrees warmer, it feels a whole lot nicer, and especially with the wind factor too, you kind of need the warmer temps because if it was in the 40s and if it was as windy as it was today, I would have probably been like, you know what, I'm going to pass. We're not going to do a live show today.
2699, map star, traffic 10-mile final, 30 left, line up and away.
So, Alex, I haven't had a chance to look today because things I was working on at home before I left to come out here. Are we getting the Queen today from UPS?
Yes, we are. We're getting the 747-8s.
That will make my day.
We're going to get our 747 visitor tonight. We got the 747-400 last night from Louisville, and they actually taxied on Mike. So it's our second 747 Mike taxi of the year.
Yeah, I was watching that from home as I was moderating and watching the chat or watching the stream at the same time.
Right, taxi, Papa. 2971 or 30 left, line up and wait, traffic 4 out, you won't be there long. 30 left, line up and wait, 2971.
Won't be there long.
Charlie Echo, we'll sneak you out after 1 arrival. Gas 182, that map ground 39, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
Steve Lundaby says, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're all having a great day. So great to see you again, Steve. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday.
30 right, taxi via Papa. Join Papa behind 2 RJs. So it's just the first one's off to right. The next one will be right behind him. But yeah, we have a nice fish pop up. Shouldn't take too long to worry for a second. Yeah, you can just call me back when you're ready. Sounds good. That's 182 Juliet, man. Sorry, you guys set us in. That's 182 Juliet, wind 30018, gust 28, turn right heading 320 for now, and 30 right. Let's take it. Turn off heading 280, contact departure, nice roll. Thank you much, 280, departure, 290.
Well, as you can already tell, it's just non-stop, and we have our next arrival that is coasting down to make a landing on 30 left. It's another Sun Country 737 in the Tide Pod livery.
Charlie Echo, caution wake service for the bus, traffic 7 mile final, and 30 left, line up and away.
Coming in from Cancun, Mexico. They left 3 hours and 42 minutes ago.
5104 and 30 right, line up and away.
It's been a pretty busy route here this week, it seems. There's a lot of Delta flights that were to and from Cancun, Mexico yesterday that Harrison was pointing out.
Tower Sun Country
yeah, that and
is visual 30 left.
Other destinations down in Mexico. I had a good friend of mine that I'm still very much in contact with from down in the area where I was at, Florida. She and her husband yesterday flew Tampa, Denver, Cabo San Lucas on Southwest, and it looks like they were able to get through Denver with their connection before they started to have some challenges yesterday.
Wind 30017, gust 28.
So, of course, I was tracking their flights.
You could see gusting to 28 knots.
Wind 30017, gust 28,
so the
30 right.
Wind today is no joke. It is no joke.
2913, that's north, 30 right, line up and away. Charlie Echo, wind 29015, gust 28, fly runway heading, or 30 left. Cliff takeoff.
Go ahead, 30 left, cliff takeoff.
Cabo 182 Juliet, turn right heading 350, contact departure, good day. 2 Juliet, just verify the 350 heading.
And as has been the case in the past where the parallel runways are active for both arrivals and departures, and the winds being what they are, heads up and heads on a swivel for go-arounds.
Yeah, the 2574 on the visual 30 left.
2574 now, star, 3.5, trail 73, wind 29015, gust 28, 30 right. I'm sorry, let's make it 30 left, put away.
30 left, clear to wing, copy that.
Yeah, they got pretty much vertical on us.
Charlie, I'm pushing up heading 260, contact departure.
Let's turn to 260 departure. 283 Charlie.
5104.
Well, that biz jet, they weren't actually, but they are cleared for the unrestricted climb. It kind of seems like it.
Left taxi,
Going vertical.
There's the Sun Country 737 that took off earlier today that it's looking like it could almost go vertical too. So we are certainly on the lookout for go-arounds today, just given how windy it is. Gusting to 28 knots right now.
M250 heavy, maps ground, push bird.
If we want to know what that is in miles an hour, multiply that by 1.15.
And contact departure. Push approved, 30 left, KLM, 250 heavy.
And our arrival that has just touched down is Sun Country 102 from Las Vegas.
So it's going to be a challenge to keep the camera steady today because, as I've mentioned, and as we just heard over frequency, the gusts are going to be about 28 knots. I mean, right now they are 290 at 17 knots sustained.
Ground on the way in, monitor that, Sun Country 102, thanks.
And the reason that it's really gusty today is we had a cold front that just blasted through here. And it is packing some pretty significant wind with it.
Gust 4118, map start Alpha.
And is also going to bring, unfortunately, some colder temperatures with that
Gust 2114 will be ready.
into,
Yeah,
I think,
we'll get you out of here,
tomorrow.
2114.
It's going to be colder than it was, or than it currently is today, tomorrow. But Friday and this weekend, it should warm right back up.
Go Papa Charlie Alpha.
So if you're also just tuning in, you probably clicked the thumbnail,
map start, you guys all set.
saw that KLM was on it. Well, KLM
4118, wind 290.17, gust 24.
not too far away from departing here. They're expected to leave around 3:15 p.m.
Okay, so there they are. I wasn't sure if they were still here or not. So
Kind of hard to see them. They're tucked behind some of the Delta Heavies that have all congregated at Concourse G right now.
WL.
Yeah, but we can show.
Speaking of,
Oh,
they're
perfect
pushing.
timing. Yeah, they're pushing back.
I thought I saw a white tail moving over there.
We already attacked it. We got to move.
Well, and you know what? You would be correct because KLM 250 Heavy is pushing back for Amsterdam with the 7879. Also on the schedule, I have to check flight radar, RJ, to see if this is upheld. We'll keep our eye on it. But KLM in the coming days has scheduled a 787-10, and that'll be next week, expectedly. So KLM will occasionally swap out the 787-9 Dreamliner, which is the standard equipment here, for KLM to Amsterdam with something different. This is also the KLM Asia titles. No, well, it doesn't say it. Well, KLM Asia had a little bit of a rebadge to the point where you notice something about the KLM logo that it should be there, but it isn't there. And that's the crown. But of course, those aircraft are in use all across the KLM system. Good to see you today, Neil. Says I am here for the departure of KLM. Even though it is sadly not big old triple, 787-9 will have to do. Boeing 787-9. Manufacturer serial number 38,763. Registration Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Delta. Just over 10 years old. Powered by a pair of GE-NX turbofan engines.
Alaska 148, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa, join behind the 71 off the left.
KLM loves GE.
Papa is behind 71 off the left. Followed up the runway 30 left via Alpha.
runway 30 Golf Lima, Minneapolis ground, runway 30 left, taxi via Whiskey.
30 left via Whiskey.
So Colin Dutton, one of our us mods, says 28 knots is 32 miles per hour. So wind gusts at 32 miles an hour or 28 knots. It's going to fluctuate, but it's well within the ballpark of what the wind gusts have been kind of throughout the afternoon here today.
From 0 Golf Lima, you'll be joining Whiskey behind Sun Country from the left.
Alright, we'll follow Sun Country behind to the left. We haven't sighted each other.
395 biz jet from the right side, they wait for you.
395. 4 flight runway heading, 30 left. Clear for takeoff.
30 left, quick takeoff, runway heading Delta 2284.
Daniel Pets Chow says, I'm sitting in the lot just down from you. Well, hey, thanks so much for tuning in. Daniel says, thanks for the hard work. Well, you bet. So we're going to take a peek at KLM. The departure queue is continuing to move quite rather quickly here. We have one more departure that has just started its roll on 30 left. And this departure is...
KLM 250 Heavy, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
Via Alpha to 30 left, KLM.
Oh, that's what I was just going to say. It's
26
waiting for its taxi clearance, but right on cue. It just got it. So they're going to taxi Alpha to 30 left, where they will take off. That's going to be a pretty cool departure, RJ.
Lots of chatter.
The 2982.
Lots of action.
If they pulled you to the top, runway 30 left, taxi via Whiskey.
3 left via Whiskey, 1 Charlie. 2963 map, start, you guys all set. 2963, you guys ready? 2963, wind 29014, gust 24, turn right heading 320, runway 30 right, quick takeoff.
Wind gusts have subsided just a touch, but still quite rather strong at 24 knots.
2395 map, start, you guys all set. 2395, traffic 6 mile final, wind 29016, gust 24, sliding 300, 30 left, quick takeoff. 30 left, clear, takeoff, 395.
So we're currently waiting for our next departure to travel down the runway a little bit more on its takeoff roll. It's what we're waiting for. It's going to pop out on the left side of the screen, kind of from behind that brick building.
Yeah, there's not much of a wait down there for departures. There's just one other Sun Country. Looks like they're in the process of turning onto the runway now. And then KLM could be next after them, of course, depending on any inbound traffic for arrivals.
148, wind 29016, gust 24, flighting 300, and 30 right. Quick takeoff.
Yeah, and I'm thinking too, Alex, with the wind being what it is, I know it was, I knew it was a little bit gusty outside because just the way my house reacts when it does get strong enough. And I think, yeah, with that wind shift, it went from being a little bit gusty here and there to just constantly blowing.
Yeah, I kind of noticed it too.
So this is the Sun Country departure that I was referring to, and they're headed out to San Francisco, flight 395.
Still Golf Lima, you'll be next after 1 arrival. Maybe 395, contact departure soon. Order departure 6395, see ya.
So just as a heads up, Alex, there is a Gulf Stream down there that I think might be sneaking out in front of our KLM departure to AMS.
Ground level 2982, taxi with Village.
Delta 2982, runway 30 right,
And
taxi
then
via
behind
Delta
the
Papa.
Gulf Stream,
Delta Papa 30 right, Delta
there's our
2982.
Bombardier.
So KLM
Golf
almost
Lima,
down
4 miles
to
final,
the
be ready,
threshold
please, and cruise
of
left,
runway
line up and
30 left. Here's our next inbound arrival.
American 2381 from Charlotte.
away. 148, turn left heading 300. Contact departure, thanks. American 2381, any right turn, ground point 92.
Right, turn ground point 9, American 2381.
Golf Lima, wind 29015, gust 23, fly runway heading for now, 30 left, clear for takeoff.
All right, I think it's that biz jet that you pointed out, RJ, that's going to
Ground American
sneak out ahead of our KLM 787 departure to
2381, Minneapolis ground, taxi via
AMS.
Delta Quebec.
Yep, we've got a Gulfstream on
American
the roll.
2381.
Or it's about to.
Ooh.
Yep, here it comes. And they already have liftoff.
Golf Lima, turn left heading 260, contact departure, good day.
260 departure, 930 Golf Lima, good day.
Delta Whiskey Aviation Plus, thanks so much for tuning in. Happy Wednesday. Jimmy Allison, also hello and good afternoon to you. Happy Wednesday.
Gust 23, 30 right, clear away.
Also, big hello, warm welcome to our always consistent regular viewer, I should say, Mr. Gordon Wall. Thanks so much for tuning in.
KLM
Always
250
great to see
heavy,
you
30 left,
around.
line up and away. 30 left, line up away, KLM 320.
All right, so this arrival just got in ahead of our departing Boeing 787 Dreamliner. So it's not the only Amsterdam departure that we will be keeping an eye on throughout the day today. It's not our only notable one. We have an A350 for Delta that will be airborne for AMS. Delta 160 Heavy will be departing later today.
American 3105, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Push approved, runway 30 left, American 3105.
All right, RJ, this A321, where are they coming in from?
New Orleans.
All right, the Big Easy.
Yep.
KLM 250 heavy, wind 300 at 17, gust 23, turn right heading 350, turn 30 left, clear takeoff. 5350, clear takeoff, 30 left, get a 2687, nobody's on final, caution quick turbulence for the 787, 30 left, your discretion, line up and win.
All right, everybody, it is time for KLM 250 Heavy to depart for AMS with the 787. And here they go. They are now just starting their takeoff roll. And away we go.
982, hold short 30 right, one arrival, get you out of here.
Gotta love the wing flex on the 7-8.
2687, wind 29016, 5 runway heading, or 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Lee Harris, good afternoon to you as well. This is Alex and crew. Good afternoon from Bloomington on this windy 60-degree day. Also track JJ. This is Peter on LA Flights. Mentioned MSP Live a couple of hours ago. He spotted the Sun Country Gopher special livery at LA and said that he had seen it yesterday while watching MSP Live. Well, yeah, there you go. Yeah, Peter was on yesterday. He's live in Los Angeles. So when you guys get done watching us here today from Minneapolis, go check out our friends LA Flights as Caveman is live on top of Imperial Hill on the south side of LAX in El Segundo, California. We will be there May 6th through the 8th.
Departure, Delta 2687, good day.
.2 left turn, taxi pop, I'm 100.9.
So it's cool that we have the University of Minnesota special livery out in Los Angeles. RJ.
Yes.
And it's probably going to be making its way back here towards the end of our show tonight. That would be an interesting phenomenon. See it leave on our friend LA Flights broadcast in Los Angeles and then have it arrive in front of our cameras.
Yep. They carry the departure, we carry the arrival.
Charlie, channel heading 260, contact departure.
Well, I'll tell you what, it did not take long at all for them to get in there.
20, gust 26, or 30 left,
And speaking of 160, their transponder is on.
Full ground, push approved, only 30 right.
They have a
2982, contact departure.
3:30 scheduled departure, so that's in just under 15 minutes.
All right. Which concourse are they going to be pushing back from? Let me guess. G.
Yeah.
left,
Oh, yeah.
Delta Alpha.
Oh, wait a minute. That's the wrong button.
Hit the back arrow at the bottom. There you go.
Okay. Sorry about that. I got used to getting to push my button to make
Co-hosts are not expected to know the audio board, but that's okay. We can.
It's like, whoops,
We can
that's
show
the runway week recap.
Yeah, so we have some music beds and sound effects and things preloaded on our new audio board. So there you go.
There we go. That sounds better. That's what I'm used to hearing when I.
Well, that was my bad. That was what we like to call a fat finger, where you accidentally press something you don't intend to. Whoops. Well, you know, just to demonstrate all the different things that I have preloaded in here, I'm trying to
Are we having fun yet?
contain myself.
30 left, the Alpha Delta 643.
Well, you know what, Alex?
Okay.
When I was doing my volunteering in Florida with the tennis, the person that I was volunteering with always used to say, "Coachy, calm down. Alex, calm down."
Okay.
All in good fun. Just having too much fun. Of course, I haven't played tennis in quite a while now, but hey, oh well.
That is what it is.
Exactly.
Hey everybody, welcome to the aircraft viewing area. I'm Alex, it's RJ. So great to have you on board today for live plane spotting. And well, despite the windy day, the sun is out and it feels so much nicer than it did yesterday. I got out here and I'm like, We're going to have a great day.
Oh, absolutely. There's no snow on the ground either.
Yes. Well, this weekend's going to be great, too, as
Yep.
far as the weather is concerned. In fact, you know what we'll do here is...
I think I finally got the message out to Mother Nature and decommissioned winter.
Maybe. So let's go ahead and take a look at our...
Yeah, there's some
Our
rain in the
forecast.
forecast, but the
But look at
temperatures
that.
are getting better.
Sunday into Monday, we are going to be expectedly in the 70s. So we're going to be into the 70s territory on Sunday and Monday.
West 3970, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway
And
30
again, that
right.
cold front that is hauling through here right now is going to plummet the temperatures back down into expectedly the 40s and 50s from Thursday into Friday. And also it looks like into Saturday too, with our low temp on Thursday and Friday in the freezing part of the weather spectrum. So we'll be back into freezing temps for the lows on Thursday and Friday. And then near freezing on Saturday, but then Sunday and Monday, boy, are we going to bounce back and bounce back hard.
So though that old saying, if you don't like the weather, wait a minute.
That I have not heard before, but that's a really good saying, though.
Or, you know, if you go from one side of the street to the other. 'Cause sometimes with where I was, it would be literally pouring on one side, clear and sunny on the other. Because you were right on the edge of a shower.
Delta 2732, Minneapolis
So
ground, push approved, runway 30
it
right.
happens.
Yeah, it certainly does. Well, I'll tell you what, talking about the warmer weather just makes me so excited for LAX in May.
Oh, you're
May
gonna
6th
love
to the
it.
8th. I know. And we're going to get that nice strong breeze right off the Pacific Ocean. Going to be nice
Yeah,
temps
and I
expectedly.
remember telling you, because you had told me about the plans to do some other little things while you were out there and get to a beach somewhere. Don't forget, take your shoes off, get your feet in the
Yep.
water, and say you've touched the Pacific.
Well, we're going to have to fill our sandbags, so that's going to warrant a trip to Dockweiler Beach, which is just across the way. And I will definitely be dipping my feet into the waters of the Pacific,
And you
so
know what?
I will not.
And another thing that I always like to do is write the date in the sand.
Endeavor 5477,
Okay.
runway
Take
30 right,
pictures of your
taxi
feet
via
and your
Papa.
footprints.
There you go.
They're your proof that you've been there.
Yeah, I'll have to take a selfie and I'll have to share it with you guys, I think.
Because
Like,
I
hey,
do
we actually
that.
went and did it.
I do that, and I've also done it in the snow.
Taxi via Delta Papa to the gate.
So,
go.
Top of the gate.
you know, some notable places that I've been as it relates to the beach and writing the date in the sand. And yep.
So if you're just joining us, welcome to MSP Airport. Alex Redding, RJ Bean with you today. G-Man 5051 says, hello, Alex and RJ and everyone. So great to see you today. G-Man, happy Wednesday. BWG 56 is flying out of MSP tomorrow on Sun Country to Los Angeles. There we go. You guys are getting me excited.
You should have a countdown clock going.
Roger Williams says you're pushing our buttons in response to me accidentally hitting some of the sound effects on our mixer. I hope I did anything.
I like that one. Doink!
3105, turn left, Alpha 2, join Bravo, short of Alpha 1.
That's Alpha 2, join Bravo, short of Alpha 1, American 3105. We'll let you know. Thanks.
I'm going to have more sound effects,
When
I
you're ready, you
think.
can just contact Tower 126.7. He'll call the sequence. Then have a great day.
We'll do that over the tower.
I don't know. That might be a dangerous idea.
Oh, why not?
Air 5477, Mass Tower 30 right, line up and away.
It puts more fun to being out here doing all this.
Don Rumsey, so great to see you today. This is greeting MS Pier. It's great to see you today, Don. Shad, so great to see you today. One of our awesome members, say hello, Chad, and hello, Alex. Hope y'all are having a great day. And also, hello to RJ.
And hello back.
Yeah, so great to see you today, Shad. A little bit windy out here.
Yep, we can't control the sound of the wind that's going through our mics, so with our headsets.
Also, Neil saying afternoon all. Afternoon to you, Neil.
Holds in position, wind 30017, gust 26, and 30 right, by the way.
Circuit Breaker says MSP wins again. Yep. So Astros Plane says, hello guys, thanks in advance for one more quality stream. Well, hey, you bet. I mean, it's a great day out despite the wind, but you know it's going to make things interesting, and it is going to put all the action on the parallel runways for all arriving and departing traffic, which of course means that we're going to have an action-packed show with non-stop plane spotting fun. Also, hey, Philip, great to see you today. Sorry I didn't get to you right away. It's a busy start to the show today.
5477 contact.
So Philip, one of our live plane spotting colleagues out there in Europe, saying hello and good day, everyone. Great to see you today, Philip. Has some pretty interesting live streams from Munich, by the way, that you guys should go check out. He's also close to 10,000 subscribers, so let's help our friend Philip get there. SVT, can we stop by and visit? Absolutely.
407, runway 30 left, taxi via Sierra Delta Whiskey.
Roslini says, hello, plane spotters. Hello to you. Happy Wednesday. Thanks for joining us.
2644.
Also, Rosie asks, hey, Rosie, great to see you today. Says, is Olaf going on the LAX adventure? Unfortunately, I don't think the answer to that is yes, but
Delta 1605, Minneapolis ground.
Olaf has a friend now, apparently.
That was 3970, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa, join behind the Embraer.
Melissa Hansen, so great to see you today. Thanks for tuning in.
Tail is parking 21, Charlie 21, so just off your left side.
Melissa, one of our awesome MSP Airport Live members. We appreciate our members so much. This LAX trip is because of you guys and all the generosity that we've received over the past several months, as a matter of fact.
285 down to Delta, please, then ground point 9. I'll cross further down to Southwest.
Roger, Delta, ground point 9.
Jeffy DH says, hi, Alex. Well, hey,
70, that
so
RJ
great to
turns
see you.
prior to you at Charlie.
There we go.
Cross, runway 30 left, continue via Charlie and Tango. Just pass behind Sun Country, monitor point 9.
Rosalini says, yes, a Southwest plane. There you go. All right, we'll stay with the Southwest plane here because it looks like you guys are a little bit excited to see Southwest with the MAX 8. There's a CRJ that just came in on 30 left, so I mean, of course Southwest is the more interesting out of the two.
5285, Minneapolis ground, taxi
So we're going
via
to stay with
Delta Papa.
Southwest. They're going to cross the South Parallel runway. They're going to make their way to Terminal 2.
4270, Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa, follow the Embraer.
Runway 30 right, yeah, Papa, follow
Southwest 3944, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec, but pass behind the traffic leaving 79. It'll be Quebec short of the Airbus out of Charlie 11. Sun Country 770, Minneapolis ground. What gate are you headed to today?
Sean Bramlett. Hey, so great to see you today, Sean. Says hello
What gate are you headed to?
to you from warm and humid Houston.
Sun Country 107, Minneapolis ground. Push approved, runway 30 left.
All right, so
Yeah,
we've
push
got
approved,
Sean in the
30
house,
left, Sun
we've
Country
got
107.
Steve, we've got Gordon, we've got Philip, we've got all you guys. So I don't know if you guys heard, and I don't know if I mentioned it, but we are due for another UPS 747 tonight.
Or just monitor ground on point 9.
So we're going to get the Dash 8s from Louisville. 2560 Heavy will feature the Queen of the Skies once again.
We are ready to go.
So in case you missed it, yesterday we got a 747-400 on 2568 Heavy. The 12s were active yesterday, so we got to see all the arrivals in front of us, including the Queen of the Skies. 2568 Heavy used almost the entire runway
Who was that for?
to slow down and get off at a safe exit speed. They taxied all the way down Whiskey, and they went on taxiway Mike. How cool was that? That was the highlight yesterday. And then it just got really cold and windy, and to the point where I was minutes away from just throwing in the towel and saying, you know what, we're going to conserve our energy. We're going to do it tomorrow. And, well, we ended up staying until about maybe 7:30 or 7:45 until we called it a day, which is pretty much sundown. So things actually cleared up towards the end of the day. Things got quite busy
Sun Country 599, Minneapolis ground.
to finish off the show. I was really excited for that, though, too, because we had a good ending. Because I didn't just want to abandon anything and leave it on a low note.
Was there anybody else here last night when you closed out the stream? The last view that I saw.
Nope, it was just me.
It was just you, because I wondered.
2272 Minneapolis Tower, wind 29017, gust 27.
We had John help to open the show. Our friend Harrison is in town. It's his birthday yesterday, so happy belated birthday to our friend Harrison Rademacher. Harrison is full of knowledge on the Delta fleet, and he has a lot of deep technical knowledge on the Delta fleet that only a few people in my inner circle have, which it's so great to pick his brain with his knowledge of the Delta fleet and the Northwest fleet that is currently a part of the Delta fleet, as well as the weather too, because he is a degreed meteorologist.
944, taxi around to 2 behind that CRJ that's passing off your right, then rejoin Quebec.
So he has a job in meteorology, so he does forecasting, and you can pretty much connect the dots on that.
Delta 1605 and behind the CRJ that just exited.
So we got kind of a weather outlook from him, and as the fronts continue to clash, we're going to get some windy days here this spring, especially up here in the Midwest with how things are shaken down. So the reason it's windy today is that there was a cold front that switched the airport around because they were in the 12s. They were in a south flow to start the day today. And before we showed up, they had flipped it around. When that front hauled through, RJ, it was all on the 30s.
Sort of a push at Charlie 19.
And that cold front just smacked the whole region. Those cold fronts typically carry some stronger winds.
3970, turn right heading 360, contact departure. At 1531 Minneapolis Tower, traffic company Airbus approaching a 4-mile final, runway 30 left. Line up and wait. 30 left, line up and wait.
Also, everybody, we're going to have a special interview during the broadcast today. So our friend David from the Special Olympics Minnesota chapter is going to come down and talk about some events going on with Special Olympics. So we're going to catch up with our friends over at Special Olympics to see what's going on. There's also an airlift that's going to take place over at Holman Field in downtown St. Paul. So we're excited to share a little bit about that. So that's all coming up on the show today.
2.5-mile final, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
So David's actually on his way down here, so we'll have that interview. We're going to find out a little bit more, because Special Olympics Minnesota, they do the MSP plane pole every year, and we were very excited to have covered the plane pole last year in September.
They're going to be taxiing around 2, so you do what they do.
And we would be more than honored to return for a second consecutive year to cover the Special Olympics plane pole. This is also the same organization that does the pretty notable polar plunge during the wintertime.
No, thank you.
It's not for the faint of heart.
Bravo Delta Papa. Bravo Delta Papa. 4262. So 1605 will see the traffic up your left.
All right, United. We'll have its turn to launch on the south parallel runway. So United is now departing.
Delta 152 Heavy Minneapolis count hold the push. I have a couple that will pass out your tail, and then we'll get you moving. Charlie, taxi Charlie, whiskey.
All right, left and right, join Charlie, then whiskey, Sun Country 107.
Country 599, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta, whiskey.
B Green 1958 says, hello from Eastern Montana. All right. Great to have you on board today. It's a beautiful state. Beautiful state. RJ, you've been out to Montana at least a couple times, right?
No,
Oh,
never.
you actually haven't? Okay.
No, never been.
Yeah, Delta Whiskey, Sun Country 107.
Flown over it.
Excellent ski country out there, too. And I know that you're probably itching to get out and check out some of the Montana ski resorts.
The only problem, Alex, is with the perks that I have for the winter seasonal position that I've been able to be a part of here for 4 seasons. There are no ski resorts in the state of Montana
Oh, for Vail, okay.
that are part of Vail Resorts and on the Epic Pass.
Quebec, Charlie, Alpha, runway 30 left, heck your round to push, Charlie.
So there's nothing wrong with going out there. It's just I can't go anywhere to
United 2272, Minneapolis, contact via Delta.
utilize the benefits I have.
Charlie 5 pushing in the alley.
So short text Charlie 5 in the alley, United 2272.
B Green 1958 says, looks like a busy day at MSP. Wednesdays are a commotion of activity, and today is made particularly interesting because of our strong winds.
One more in Embraer. They're going to be taxiing around that traffic at Charlie 9.
Travis Street says, good afternoon, Alex and RJ. Well, hey, Travis, good to see you again today. It's another one of those gusty days here in early April.
Southern 152 heavy, wait for a CRJ to pass out your tail, then push approve, runway 30 left.
When the CRJ passed our tail, clear to push 30 left, Delta 152. Delta 308, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up and white traffic. Runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec, Charlie, Alpha. Quebec, Charlie, Alpha, Delta. 3105, turn left heading 260, contact departure. 260 now and departure, American 3105.
Daniel Swanson, 101 Moose fan, says, hi everyone. Hey Daniel, good to see you today.
30 right, Delta 2591.
Delta 2591, just to clarify, it's going to be multiple aircraft. And
Hunter Flavian, so great to see you today. Hunter says, I hope you guys get to capture the A380 at LAX. I can't wait to watch. We're excited too. I'm excited for the Qantas A380 in particular, also known as the Super Roo, as in Super Kangaroo.
Southwest 867, traffic hold position. Delta 308, come up heading 30 and left to take off. 1605, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up and wait, traffic 73, 8 mile final. Minus weight, 30 left. Sun Country 407, turn left, heading 260, and contact departure.
So can I push my button, Alex?
Go for it.
There we go. That sounds better.
Turn right, heading 360.
Just wanted to give some updates here. Is of course the transponders I mentioned before for 160 to AMS is on, so we're starting to keep an eye on their departure because they should have pushed that by now. And also, we have Delta 152 for Paris Charles de Gaulle. Their departure is approaching as well.
Go at 3944, Minneapolis Tower, the 308, come up heading 260, advise the 737, climbing out at 2,700, heading to your left in 2.5 miles in sight. 308.
And I'm also tracking an inbound heavy.
Maintain visual separation between unit 73.
I guess it'd be Delta 9.
No.
Oh, okay.
Say that all again, we were kind of reconfiguring here. The 308, maintain visual separation between you and the 73, contact departure. 308, good day.
It's 165.
139.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Left, heading 280, runway 30 left, take off. The 1605, turn left, heading 260, advise the 75 ahead to your right, or correction, ahead to your left 2 miles, climbing out at 2,000 in sight. Left turn, 260.
They're going to be paralleling
the 1605,
the coastline of Lake Superior
contact departure.
on their way down.
Yeah, that's right. I have to keep reminding myself that we have 3 daily Amsterdam flights here for the spring and summer season.
And then while I'm on the subject, I had just a ways ahead of them is Shamrock coming in from Dublin.
Yeah, it's Aer Lingus. I'm going to need to step away for just a second because I need to put my coat on. The sun went away and it's starting to get really chilly.
Yeah, I think I'm going to swap some stuff out too.
United 2272, the traffic in the alley, they're going to be moving
The sun
now.
goes
So
behind the
once they
clouds,
pass, they're going to be using
and the
10
wind
Charlie
is
5
blowing.
behind them, then continue into the alley.
It's a little chilly.
25 after Delta into the Kentucky 9, United 22.
Departure.
Fuel separation over departure, skies there 944.
GR 3575, turn Charlie, contact ground point under.
Oh yes, Alex. Speaking of 9, she's just made her turn for final.
I was going to say, we had Delta 9, and Hunter, you're absolutely correct. Delta 9, under 5 minutes away.
Yep, shaking off the rust a little bit because I haven't been out here in about a week. So, getting the routine back.
I was sort of out of it yesterday, too. I got rolling with the show, and I'm like, okay, how do you do this again?
Plus 867, turn left.
Yeah, I think the
at
last
Mike,
time I was
contact
out
ground
here
point
was
under.
a week ago Monday when we had Captain Paul
Ground point 9 south.
on again, and he came in deadheading home from his flight into Chicago from San
Heavy
Juan.
Minneapolis Tower, wind
And,
280.
watching the replay of it last night.
Runway 30 left, clear to land.
All right, we're going to get a mic taxi here with this Southwest arrival.
Sun Country 599, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. 30 left, clear for takeoff heading 280, Sun Country 599. Sun Country 107, Minneapolis Tower, traffic heavy Airbus, 5 mile final, runway 30 left, line up away.
Line up away 30 left, Sun Country 107.
Sun Country 607, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
See if we can get a wave, RJ.
Ground Delta 15 heavy, ready to take.
Delta 152 heavy, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha, join Alpha behind. It'll be about 7:37, will be just a minute, and then you'll see them.
Okay, we'll wait for the 1037, then Delta to 30 left, Delta 157.
I don't think we got one, unfortunately, but
No,
that's all right.
I don't think so. It's up to you, of course. I do have my orange jacket with me to wave if we want to try using that.
That's right.
So it's that time of the year of trying to do that again, and I have it with me.
Country 107, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Let's take off 30 left, and west, the heading, I missed it.
Country 107, heading 280.
280 on the roll, Sun Country 107.
Sun Country 599, turn left heading 260, 260.
Well, folks, if you are just tuning in, welcome to MSP Airport here in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. It's a windy day out there today. We had wind gusts
Center flight 1291.
earlier this hour that
ground.
were topping out at about 28 knots. It's 32 miles an hour.
30 left, Frontier Flight 1291.
So the winds have died down just a little bit, but they're quite intense today. So we are on the lookout for possible go-arounds.
Country 107, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
260 to departure, Sun Country 107.
And the reason why I say that we're on go-around watch is because the airport is in a
660 Mike Whiskey, Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right.
They're in a
Taxi
strict
via
north
Whiskey
flow.
5, hold short, runway 30 left.
Alright, 30 right, Whiskey 5, hold short of the left quarter.
All right, everybody, here's Delta 9
660
Heavy
Mike
coming in
Whiskey,
from
monitor
London with the
tower,
A330-900 Neo.
The 8, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up away. Number 4982, Minneapolis Tower, turn right heading 340, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff. So 9er Heavy, turn right at runway 22, correction, runway 4, join Alpha, contact ground point under. Right turn at 4, join Alpha, .9 for 9 heavy. Beach on air, 0 Mike Whiskey. I can give you the left side if you'd like it today.
Yeah, that'd be great. 0 Mike Whiskey.
Sign 0 Mike Whiskey, runway 20 left, taxi via Whiskey.
Your left via Whiskey for 0 Mike Whiskey.
Forty-one 78, turn left, heading 280, runway 30 left for takeoff.
Well, Delta Niner now arrived at MSP.
Runway 30 left on a point.
So we'll see what gate they go over
Alright,
to.
we got Alpha, yeah, I think the gate's occupied. We're checking on it right now. I think the jetway's off it though.
Delta 9,
Well, 152 is on the move,
let's
Alex.
actually just keep you down here. So turn left at Delta, turn left on Bravo, and then hold short runway 422.
Left Delta, left
We're
Bravo, sort of
starting to
422.
get a little bit of a conga line for
Delta
departures
25,
down there
91
at the end of
Delta
30
2591,
left.
runway 30 right.
Looks
taxi
like
via
Delta
Papa.
Niner has an
Alpha
issue
30
with
right,
their
Delta
arrival
25,
gate, so
91.
I think they're going to call somebody at the company to try and figure it out.
95, turn left heading 280, runway 30
You just
left.
heard over
for takeoff.
frequency. I think their gate's occupied or is not in position, so they're going to have to sort that out here real quick.
188, coming out the town, go up one way.
So coming up in mere moments, Delta 152 will be departing to Paris with the A330.
3783 Minneapolis Tower 129015, gust 22, runway 30 right, clear to land. That's 188 Foxtrot, turn left, heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Left turn 280.
The 4695, turn left, heading 260, advise the CRJ climbing out of 3,300, ahead to your left in sight.
Left to 260, looking for that traffic 46. Yeah, we got that traffic 665.
4695, maintain visual separation between you and that CRJ. Contact departure.
Departure, maintain visual separation. 4695, that's one. 1291, ready for taxi with Zulu.
Frontier Flight 1291, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Whiskey. We do have a wheels up time between 5.4 and 5.7.
Alright, so Delta
All
Whiskey
right,
and
there's
the wheels
Delta
up time
Niner.
of 5457, and that's runway 30 left. Frontier Flight 1291.
Behind the Delta Airbus.
So they could be waiting for 160 to vacate their gate, and that looks
Oh,
like
that's right.
and
You know,
they
I know-
have they've pushed, so they pushed a little bit late.
Left turn.
I saw the 160 was going to be late today. There they are. It's our A350 to Amsterdam, and well,
Visual separation, departure status 180 Foxtrot.
at least they're getting out of here and nothing's canceled. I think that's the big thing. All right, so track JJ says Delta 9 is listed as Gulf 4, and that apparently was the gate that Delta 160 is currently pushing back from. So that would explain the gate situation.
2612, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, set for takeoff. Twenty-six 44, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
260 to departure, Delta 644.
Delta 160 Heavy, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
Philadelphia Alpha, Delta 160 Heavy.
Delta 9
So
Heavy,
heads up,
continue via
Alex. I
Alpha,
think we're going to
have a
get
good day.
an arrival from Chester
Oh yeah, we got Alaska.
coming in from Portland. It looks like they're lining up for 30 left.
Excellent.
So that's one of the arrivals that are being worked in between the
Beachliner
departures.
0 Mike Whiskey, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. So 152 heading down tower, traffic 5 mile final, be ready to go, runway 30 turn left heading 260, contact departure.
260 now, 2 departure, Delta 2612.
MN Sports Fan 88. Hey, how's it going? Happy Wednesday. MN Sports Fan 88 says hello, everyone.
Delta 4, push approved 30 left, American 2381.
All right, we got Marvin Windows now departing
Approaching a
South
3 mile final,
Parallel.
fly runway heading, runway 30 left,
Beechcraft
clear for takeoff.
1900D.
Beachliner 660 Mike Whiskey, turn right heading 360, contact departure.
Alright, right heading 360, going departure 0 Mike Whiskey.
They're busy in and out of here. I saw one leaving as I was on my short final arrival coming out here today.
0 Mike Whiskey.
So I wonder how many airplanes do they have?
They got quite a few. They have, I think, at least a couple Beechcrafts 1900Ds. I know that they have.
73 Minneapolis ground, push approved.
Push approved, 73.
They have a citation as well. Only one of them. All right, everybody. Here's Delta 152. Now departing to Paris.
So is 3783 Minneapolis contact via Papa.
Country 607, Minneapolis Tower, 30 left, line up and wait, caution wait turbulence for the heavy Airbus departed. 30 left, line up and wait, Country 607.
We got to get the turnout on the standard instrument departure as well
heavy,
as the
contact departure.
takeoff for
Departure Delta
152.
152 heavy.
Beachliner 0 Mike Whiskey, turn right heading
And
340.
closely spaced behind our
340,
departing
contact
big
departure.
bus.
And 340,
Chester
going
is
departure.
here from Portland, Alaska is in the house.
The Kilo 3 cross 17, join Lima, cross 4, 73.
Ground Alaska 413 on the ground at Delta for gates Echo 2.
Alaska 413 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Delta, hold short taxiway, Quebec for Echo 2.
Okay, Delta hold short to Quebec for Echo 2, Alaska 413.
So they are
Well,
headed
Minneapolis now, push through,
into
runway
the
30
alley.
Approved 30 right, Delta 377. Turn 280, 30 left, quick takeoff, Sun Country 607.
Your flight 1291, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
Runway 30 left, flight 1291.
They're going to be using taxiway November.
Roger, give way to company at November 23.
Runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Ground American 2381, ready to taxi, information Zulu.
American 2381, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec. Alaska 413 and Quebec behind American, then taxi to the gate.
Behind American, once he clears at Quebec, taxi to the gate, Alaska 413.
The 160 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up and wait, traffic 73, joining a 10 mile final.
Brazil left line of way, Delta 160 heavy.
Sun Country
All
607,
right, Delta
turn
160
left
heavy.
heading 260, contact departure.
Instructed to line up and wait. We'll
Alright,
have one
260
more
over
departure.
departure.
Delta
260
160 heavy. We'll get going behind this Frontier.
Delta 2415, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
And after 160 heavy departs, we're going to have our special guest, David Booth,
Sun Country
join the
3041,
broadcast to
continue
talk
via
about
Whiskey, cross runway 4.
the upcoming USA Games
Whiskey,
for
cross 4, Sun Country
Special
341.
Olympics Minnesota. So we will have our
160
special guest
heavy,
here in
fly
just a few
runway heading,
moments.
Runway 30 left.
So with the Frontier departure that we just had heading back to Denver, flight
traffic heavy Airbus
1291, on the tail was Ed, Edwin, and Eddie, the Penguins.
Delta 3733, contact departure.
Ed, and Eddie. Sounds like a pretty famous cartoon they used to air back in the day.
Well, I guess what was there? There were 3 of them on the tail, so each one of them has their own name. So they can't just name 1 or 2 of them. It's got to be all 3.
All right, Delta 160 heavy now departing with the A350-900. It's our notable flight alert.
And just a heads up, Alex, we're getting a mag taxi from Prime Air, so might get a little bit of a photo bomb here. AKA Smurf Jet.
Yep, there they are.
Yep.
The 160 heavy, turn right heading 360, contact departure.
Return 360, I'll switch on Delta 160.
The 2415 Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, line up and way. Short delay for traffic off the south parallel. Caution wake turbulence for a heavy A350.
79er.
Aircraft Alpha November, current altimeter 29er, 79er.
Delta 1885, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 30 left.
Clear push, 30 left Delta 1885.
Especially with the games coming in June, it's been go, 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 go. Oh, exactly. And some of the stuff I'm going to tell you guys, like, it's nuts.
Country 3073 Minneapolis Tower, 1260, 12, gust 20, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land, Country 37.
Delta 2415, fly heading 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Looks like a stick of celery.
Pretty cool. All right, everybody, we'd like to welcome in our special guests, David Booth from Special Olympics Minnesota. Great to see you today, David. Thanks for coming in.
Well, thank you, Alex. Appreciate being here. Though it be cold, it's a wonderful time.
Certainly is. And, So with Special Olympics Minnesota, really enjoyed doing the plane pull last fall. Kind of talk about what's coming up, because there's going to be a pretty big airlift at Holman Field, and you guys need support for it, and we're happy to host kind of that message to get the word out that Special Olympics is looking for people.
Well, appreciate that, Alex, and thank you guys for allowing us the opportunity to spread our message. So what we call it is the Tektron Humanitarian Airlift. It's one of the largest humanitarian airlifts ever done, where they will be flying 3,200 athletes. That's how many athletes are competing at the games, but roughly about 3,000 athletes to Minnesota from all over the country.
That's
and
crazy.
all of these pilots are donating their aircraft and donating their time to get these athletes here and take them back. Tektron has been doing this for many years, for many different games, and it's truly just a magical operation how they pull it off, from both a logistical standpoint and an operational standpoint, because they're saying that every 2 minutes they're going to have a plane land carrying athletes for the next 10 hours.
Wow.
During June 19th. They'll all be landing at the St. Paul Airport. It's really an amazing operation. It really speaks to the incredible event that they are sponsoring, which is the upcoming 2026 Special Olympics USA Games, where we'll have 3,200 athletes competing in 16 sports at the U of M campus and the National Sports Complex in Blaine. And just to kind of give you guys an idea of what this event is like, it's more than just competition. It's a humanitarian event where we're going to have an inclusive work fair, healthy athletes that can give shoes, glasses to all of our competing athletes. It really is just a magical event that brings champions from all aspects of life together in our great state.
So other than allowing just our special athletes to compete and to participate in these organized activities, it goes beyond that, and kind of talk about the mission that Special Olympics Minnesota is doing in order to provide for its athletes and help better people's lives afterwards. Like, what does that look like, and how can people get involved?
Well, thank you for that great question. It really, the mission of Special Olympics, not just for Minnesota but all over, is how can we help make the community more inclusive through the power of sport? So like I said earlier, we give free health exams. So that's eye, dental, hearing, all of that is free of charge at these events. And through that, we can also help bring communities together, help interact athletes with different groups, especially through our Unified Athletes program, where you have athletes with and without intellectual disabilities competing on the same field. It truly is humanitarian in the respect that no one is different. We all have ability. And the most important thing is we're all included. This is not, hey, you have this ability, so you do this, or you have this ability, you do that. No. If you have a passion for sport and you have a passion for coming together and enjoying each other's presence, this event is the epitome of that rationale of you can be who you want and you can be included. And that's what I tell everyone here. We need over 10,000 volunteers. We have 20,000 shifts available. We need you to come on out and be a part of this because you deserve to be included. We as athletes are grateful for the opportunity, but we appreciate it more when you can come out and feel included as well.
Yeah, we've also posted a QR code on the screen, just down below right here. So go ahead and scan that QR code. That's how to get involved. So if you are interested in helping to get these athletes that transportation they need in and out of Holman Field and to participate with a truly extraordinary event. And I know that you were sharing some of the details kind of in between our broadcasts, which is it's really an undertaking if you look at how many different things have to be in place for this to be executed to the fullest extent that it needs to be, to make sure that things are done in a fitting and orderly way. And it takes dedicated people, and that's something that I know that you are and the rest of your organization works really hard at, but you guys need some help. And so again, folks, support our friends over at Special Olympics Minnesota. Go ahead and scan that QR code if you're in the Twin Cities area and you want to help with this event. Please consider doing so. So, I mean, is there anything else that you also want to talk about? Maybe any upcoming events that are on the calendar besides the airlift that you guys need help for, or
Well, I got a few things, but I just want to say one last thing for the event. You don't even need to come and volunteer. Come and be a fan. Help fill our stadiums. Because just the fact that you can come out and be here means so much to everyone. Because again, it's an environment that welcomes you, and we want you there. Now, you asked about other things. I do have one personal thing coming up next, not this weekend, but the weekend after, where I will be partaking in a fundraising walk to help raise money for Special Olympics Minnesota and the USA Games, where I'll be walking 26 straight miles from Coon Rapids, Minnesota to Huntington Bank Stadium in honor of the USA Games and our incredible athletes. Because, frankly, these athletes are champions, and our tagline is calling all champions. And this, for me as a board member for the 2026 Games, this is my way, and I know some other people are involved too, of our way of answering the call, of giving back to these incredible athletes, because we're all champions. So let's gather, let's come together and showcase why Minnesota are a land of 10,000 champions.
Thanks so much. And also just kind of really quick, just with your involvement in Special Olympics, you mentioned that you were a board member. Kind of talk about what you're involved with. I don't know how much you're able to share or can share with us, but what are some of the things that you like to work with on a day-to-day basis with Special Olympics Minnesota, and how is this role how is this role meant to you?
It's been incredible because it's given me an opportunity to give back to the incredible athletes that I've been able to compete with for the past 8 years. And to, frankly, just see the joy and the happiness and the gratitude for not just our athletes, but for all citizens of Minnesota makes this truly impactful work. And the greatest thing of all is, I didn't really have any degrees. I didn't really have any experience when I joined the board for Special Olympics Minnesota in 2022. And they just trusted me. They believed in my vision, and they believed in the talent that I had within me. It was natural inclusion. And no joke, a year later, they were like, we want you to be our representative for the 2026 USA Games on our board for the USA Games. It truly is an organization that looks far beyond established norms. They look at you, they see you for who you are, and they say, how can we give to you? So let's come together June 20th through the 26th and showcase our gratitude for this incredible movement that's given so much to so many.
All right, thanks so much, David. And well, as far as the plane spotting goes, kind of shifting the topic of conversation here, did you see KLM depart today? Have you gotten the chance to see KLM this year?
No, but I did get to see the A350 take off, which is always a beauty. And you guys were talking about the Frontier with the Penguins. I couldn't help but remember a fun story. When I was living in Bismarck, North Dakota at the time, we had this one spot where you could see Gate 4. If any of you guys out there know which one I'm talking about, it's pretty fun. There's a little area and you could see pretty clearly, and the Frontier aircraft usually parks at Gate 4, and it just so happened to be the Penguins. And I'm like, oh.
Could it have been the same aircraft?
No, it was the old scheme with the old A319s.
Oh, okay.
But man, do we remember those old Frontier commercials? Anybody remember those? Frontier had some amazing ones from the mid-2000s. They were just great.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have been familiar with them because I wasn't living up here at that time. So if they were only being shown up in this area or the Midwest, I would have been able to even be around in the area to see them.
It's all good. Yeah, no. You guys should definitely search up some old Frontier on YouTube, some of the old Frontier airline commercials. They're pretty wonderful, especially the Penguins. They even did a Happy Feet reference back when the movie Happy Feet came out.
Yeah, I think I remember because I grew up with those Frontier ads too, David. I remember some of them too.
And I did one, if it's okay, I would like to mention one really cool thing too. To tell you how much the Special Olympics movement has meant to me, and also aviation as well. Alex, you may have remembered this, but 4 years ago, I was able to arrange a water cannon salute. I have a YouTube video up on it where our athletes were going down to Orlando for the 2022 USA Games, and and I was able to arrange a water cannon salute on a Sun Country 737 that they were traveling on. And I recall hearing athletes and coaches that were on the plane talking about how incredible that experience was and how much it left an imprint on them. And it really speaks volumes when you can take your passion that you have, for me it was aviation, and blend it into Special Olympics and seeing just the incredible memories that it leaves behind. And shout out to my friend Joe Petit who took that photo. I still have it hung on my wall, man. You did a great job. Thank you so much for what you did, and thank you, all of you guys, for what you do every day.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming on to share just about the airlift that's going to happen. My goodness, again, what an undertaking that is going to be. And just best of luck to the athletes that are going to have the chance of competing at these USA Games, and that they enjoy it. And also, I just love the work the organization is doing, in the lives of these athletes as well, off the field or off the court, just in their lives, working with them to better their life experiences. So, yeah, thank you so much for coming over, David. It's been a pleasure. Again, we've posted the link in the description below to where you can find out a little bit more regarding our friends over at Special Olympics Minnesota for that airlift coming up, as where you can get involved and just to find out more information, and also just to be a fan, as you said.
Well, thank you so much, Alex. Thank you guys truly for what you do every day. You put a great broadcast out every day, and I enjoy listening to it, so thank you for your willingness to do this.
You're welcome. Yeah, thanks so much for tuning in, and as always, a pleasure. So there you go, everybody. Give a big thanks to David for coming out and taking time out of his day to share about Special Olympics. And so, yeah, hey, enjoy the rest of the show.
Oh, thank you, guys. Will do. I got practice afterwards, so.
Oh, yeah.
I got to go run.
Got a busy schedule.
Always is. Always is.
It's always good to be out and be active and stay busy.
Exactly. Well, thanks, guys.
Yeah, you bet. So there you go. There's...
Sorry, I never got to meet you. I'm David.
Yeah.
So there you go. David Booth from Special Olympics Minnesota. We're going to get back to the live plane spotting here on MSP Airport Live. So I wanted to take some time out of our plane spotting broadcast to talk about that, because it's a pretty big event that's coming up. And so if you are just tuning in, well, I'll tell you what, we have some excellent plane spotting ahead. UPS is bringing in the 747 later. So we got our Dash 8 Q400 over there. Just came in from Regina, Saskatchewan.
2526 Minneapolis Tower, wind 280 at 8, runway 30 right, clear land.
Fisher says hello from Waterville, Minnesota. Happy Wednesday, everybody, at MSP Airport Live. Good to see you today, Fisher.
Order 2463, visual 30 left.
2463 Minneapolis Tower, 7.5 in travel, the heavy Airbus, caution wake turbulence, wind 2707, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 30 left, 2463.
So while we have a brief moment, we're going to talk about how the traffic is flowing in and out of MSP Airport today with our operations flow chart. So here we go. So here at MSP Airport, we're in what's called a north flow. Both parallel runways are going to be handling all of the arrivals and departures as things currently stand. The wind has died down quite considerably, so we could see the potential for mixed south flow or north flow operations, beg your pardon. And of course, it's right on cue. Sorry about that. Pick the worst time to do that.
5556 Heavy, turn left at Mike Tango, monitor point niner.
Mike Tango, monitor, point niner,
Boy, I'm scrambling here. Sorry about that. UPS 5556 Heavy just snuck in on us.
Should I grab my jacket quick?
Nah, forget it.
Okay. I got excited. And you know what? Where'd the wind go? Don't jinx it. The wind is just completely almost died down to nothing.
5 minutes turn, push through. Visual 42, Minneapolis, Harlem, 250 at 8, and this is your left to the land. Visual 442, flock of birds reported about a 6-mile final at 2,800. Copy.
Ground 25, pushing through, what's up,
Tow via Delta Kilo 3, cross runway 17, Lima, cross runway 4.
Delta Kilo 3, Lima, cross 17, cross 4, 25.
Okay, should probably check flight radar here to make sure that we are on time to catch our next notable arrival. Delta 165 is 26 minutes out.
Delta 3467,
Sorry, 3900 from Amsterdam. Also looking at
Shamrock.
FedEx
Is out there
798 Heavy has also departed 21 minutes ago from Memphis. So 5556 Heavy, the reason that we were caught off guard by it was that it departed uber early. Because they don't typically arrive, and they were scheduled to arrive at around 4:53, so they typically arrive near the 5 o'clock hour. But today they decided to sneak in just past 4 p.m.
Western 921, Minneapolis Tower, wind 280 at 11, traffic mail to position, runway 30 left to the land.
3 left, clear to land, channel
2463, turn right at Mike, contact ground on point 9.
Right on Mike, ground point 9, up to 2463. Delta 2463, 30 left at Mike, going to Delta 5.
2463, Minneapolis, contact via Mike, pop across runway 4.
Mike, pop across runway 4, Delta 2463.
Next, let's just make that Mike and Quebec cross runway 4.
Mike, Quebec, cross runway 4, Delta 2463.
J-Ro Rueda Rodriguez says, hello, everybody. Good to see you today, J-Ro. Jeff in Mass 1, sorry I didn't get to you earlier. It's because we had the interview with David. Jeff in Mass 1 says, hello from Boston. Great to have you today. Steven says, hi from Iowa. Hey, great to have you on board today. So currently checking in on our 747 arrival. I do not see their transponder on just yet.
442, turn left at Whiskey 7, left on Whiskey to signature, monitor point 9.
So we might be getting a late arrival for our 747.
Delta 1819 visual, there you are.
Delta 1819 Minneapolis Tower 1270 at 12, traffic will hold in position, runway 30 left.
Really hope that our UPS 747 is able to get out of here relatively soon. Takes about 90 minutes for UPS 2568 or any flight from Louisville to get to MSP under usual circumstances. So we're going to be looking at an arrival just after 6 o'clock.
Hey, wait a minute. Did we change this up again?
Yeah, we had to. I was in the... Well, I was showing our folks at home or wherever they're watching the traffic pattern visualized with our traffic flow diagram.
Yeah, different sounds for that.
Yep, different page for music. RJ's learning how to work our audio board.
So I need to push the back arrow.
Yep.
Okay. I'll get there. So I was just going to share some updates of some inbound arrivals because we've got Shamrock that's coming in. It looks like they're about to make a downwind turn because they're coming in at us out of the north and a little bit to the west of here. And they are due in 9 minutes. And then behind them is also going to be 165 from Amsterdam.
We'll make the right turn at Charlie and we'll contact ground on point now.
And then I'm also thinking 170 is out there somewhere too, right?
That's right. 170 Heavy from Seoul will be arriving this evening with the A350-900.
Vacating runway 30 left at Charlie, going to gate Alpha 14.
Scott 21 Minneapolis, contact via Charlie and Papa to the gate.
Charlie, Papa to the gate, Scout 39.
All right, we have our next departure lined up with the south parallel runway southwest to Chicago Midway is about ready to roll. And here they go. Behind them, we're going to get Delta from San Jose del Cabo, better known as Cabo San Lucas, the tip of the Baja California Peninsula.
10, runway 30 left, clear to land. Clear to land 30 left, Delta 22.
Holy cow, they got up quick.
CRJ to a right, United 732. Bus 3467, Sentinel heading 260, contact departure C.
Okay, 260 over to Departure, Southwest 3467, have a great day.
All right, here's our inbound flight from the tip of the Baja California Peninsula, San Jose del Cabo.
Turn right at Delta, contact ground point owner.
Delta 490. Delta 1819, taking Delta, we're going to call sign.
1819 Minneapolis, ground taxi up to the gate.
Okay, easy.
So can I try pushing my button again? Get it right this time?
Go for it.
Okay. That sounds better. sometimes I know you sneak in there and change it up because of other things that we're
I thought
gonna
about
share.
pranking you this time, but I was like, you know what? I'm not going to
Okay.
do that.
No April Fools? 'Cause-
We're
all right.
past that.
Yeah, so update
We don't
on,
do that around here.
Okay. Update on 170 coming in from Seoul. They're 53 minutes out. And they did about 20 minutes late out of Seoul, but they're still in here respectfully on time. Actually, early. They're scheduled in at 6. Estimated arrival by about 20 after 5.
They must have a good tailwind, too, I bet.
Yep.
Delta 165 is about 14 minutes away.
720 Minneapolis Tower, wind 290.15 gust.
And I know I should have kept my mouth shut about the wind because it's trying to pick up a little bit again. I know.
Well, it was nice to get a little break from it.
1306, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec, Charlie, and Bravo.
Cargo today.
Yeah, with the arrival just coming in from Cabo, of course, I know I mentioned earlier, I've got a good friend and her husband that just flew in down there.
All right.
Runway 30
And
right, clear for takeoff.
like a real quick chat while they were doing their connection in Denver. She made mention, of course, the colder temps, and it's just like she think it was like 30. It was like 30 something. I said, that's not cold, but of course to them it is. So of course they were only in Denver to make a connection to Cabo, and so they were exposed to the colder temps for very long. And of course it was fairly early in the morning because they always leave out of Tampa as early as they possibly can, because with the difference in time, they still can get themselves into Cabo by about lunchtime and still have a good chunk of the day left to enjoy on their day of arrival. It's their yearly excursion. They like to go to Cabo.
Meanwhile, here's Delta 2218 from Phoenix with the 757.
At 720, contact departure. Delta 1486, Minneapolis Tower, wind 290.17, gust 23, runway 30 right, clear to land. Turn right at runway 4. If you got it, it's not Alpha 8, and contact ground on point Hunter.
04.9, 22.8.
G1023, Minneapolis Tower, and Mike, cross runway 30 left, continue Mike, Sierra November. G1023 didn't come in, just confirm, cross runway 30 left at Mike, Mike, Sierra November, hold short of runway 17.
Well, if anybody hears a little bit of a different sound in the background, we're about to get a Metroliner go past us on Mike.
Conveniently strolled right into the frame.
November, cross runway 17, you can monitor, and then Lima to the ramp, monitor
see
ground
these-
now on point Hunter.
We see these birds all the time. Listen to that.
They don't sting, do they?
They don't bite either.
Yep.
They're just super quick. Also, we have another flight announcement here, RJ. Guess who checked in on the frequency for runway 30 left?
Shamrock?
Yes, they did. Ooh. Shamrock 989 from Dublin with the A321 XLR is going for the south parallel option today.
Oh, yes, I just found them on my flight radar. Yep, they... Yeah, they actually flew right over us. But I thought they were going to make that downwind turn. No, they didn't. They kept going straight.
when it comes to the arrival, they're pretty much 99.99% on the north parallel. But today is a break from that pattern. Now, it's not rare by any means, but it's certainly unusual when they do the south parallel approach and arrival on 30 left, 12 right.
All right, so we've just had Delta 2770 touchdown from Sarasota, and then Shamrock will be next behind them.
Sarasota, that's an airport that I've been to at least once. They have a really cool fountain inside the terminal.
Delta 2770, turn right, contact ground, point 9er.
Point 9, Delta 27.
8784, Minneapolis Tower, wind 290 at 16.
So yeah, that airport's going to serve the Sarasota-Bradenton area, so if you're down in that area and you don't want to go to Tampa, you wouldn't necessarily have to.
Delta 2770.
All right, everybody. Shamrock is next in line for arrival on our south parallel runway.
Delta 1306, the flow time for O'Hare is 40 to 42 today, so once you get down to the end on Bravo, hold short of Alpha 1, monitor the tower, 126.7, they'll call you up.
Alright, Bravo, we'll stay short of Alpha 1, monitoring tower, Delta 13.
Also, Delta 165 from Amsterdam is on the downwind for 30 left.
Wind 200 at 16, gust 23.
All right, everybody, here's Shamrock. Going for the south side this time. All right, let's watch and listen.
Shamrock 989, turn right, Alpha 7 or Delta, contact ground, point 9er. Good day.
Alpha 7 on ground point 9er, Shamrock 9er, good day. Low Shamrock 9 right now, vacating 3 for left.
99 Minneapolis, turn straight over to Bravo, and then what's the gate today?
Straight for Bravo, Echo 3, Shamrock 99.
99 sounds good. Bravo, then Delta to the gate.
Bravo Delta gate, Shamrock 99.
So how about that, RJ? Shamrock 989 with the A321XLR arriving on the south parallel.
When was the last time that happened? And as you like to say, it was definitely not on your bingo card for today.
You're absolutely correct. I was not expecting that. I was expecting them to arrive on the north side, but we got treated to a south parallel arrival for Shamrock instead.
Delta 1306, I've got traffic that's opposite direction on Alpha in just a moment.
And coming in from Augusta, Georgia, Delta 8784 arriving with a 220-100.
422 Minneapolis Tower, wind 2901,
Masters weekend. I was watching the par 3 tournament some before I left to come out here.
You can turn right onto Alpha, then just short of Alpha 2.
Wednesday, of course, before the actual 4-day tournament starts tomorrow.
And typically the 8000 series flight numbers for Delta indicate a charter.
That's fine. Yep, Delta 1306, perfect. So just the right
So I
turn
can tell you
Alpha
for
one,
one,
the
this
short
is
Alpha. I got
not
it now.
a regularly scheduled flight to my knowledge, especially with this
8780
aircraft
turn
type.
Right, contact ground point niner.
I grab one up, 8784, look at that.
And so just stay on Alpha all the way down. Sorry for the confusion.
Alright, stay on Alpha all the way down, Scott. I said you request. No
Yeah. We thought that 71 needed to loop around for some reason, but they're good.
I love the 8784 is clearing on Delta going to Fox 15.
78 minutes, kind of hello, taxi Delta to the gate.
Okay, that was going up 8784.
So there goes Shamrock. So they are going to head into the alley. Echo 3 is their gate today. So there we go. They're right next to Alaska. And that's a bit gusty.
I think we need to decommission the wind, too.
No kidding.
Go away, wind.
I think we got a casino charter coming in for Sun Country. 8161, a flight from Atlantic City, New Jersey is now inbound. Sun Country does quite a few casino charters. Ooh, they're a little bit tipsy coming in. Look at that.
65 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 6 ahead, 73 traffic, hold in position, wind 280 at 17, gust 26, runway 30 left to the left.
Whoa.
Clear land, to the left, 165.
Excellent job bringing that jet down safely. Excellent landing there. They really had to fight the wind to bring that 737 down. They did so nice and smooth.
38161,
It's kind of fun to watch.
Delta. Turn left at Delta and contact ground point niner. Good day.
Delta, ground point niner, thanks, Sun Country 8161.
Oh, gotta know.
1306.
We have a viewer that's posted the update regarding Gopher Pod.
3817, ground, push approved, 30 right.
Push approved, 30 right, Aqua 3817.
So, when we were talking earlier about our friends at LA Flights mentioning that they had seen Gopher Pod at LAX, and
3161 Minneapolis,
yeah,
taxi
she's
at Delta,
about to
Kilo
touch
3,
down here,
cross
number
217, join Lima.
Number 2 on arrival for 30 left.
Delta,
So
Kilo
behind
3,
this
cross 17,
arrival here, I take it.
Lima to the hangar, Sun Country 81.
Or nope, this is them right here.
8161 and I'm Lima cross runway 4.
And Lima cross runway 4, Sun Country 8161.
Oh, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
So yeah, they left out of LAX 3 hours ago. So that, yeah, that sounds about right.
Minneapolis to arrival, it is Charlie. Departure, it is Oscar. Now current, altimeter 2983.
83.
Okay, 422, turn left, taxi via Delta, monitor point niner. Good day.
That's Delta, ground point 9, Country 422. Ground Country 422 Delta, going to Hotel 2.
3422, Minneapolis, connect to Delta to the gate.
Delta Gate Country 422.
So there we are, the Sun Country Airlines special livery, celebrating the partnership they have with Minnesota Golden Gopher Athletics. Gopher Pod is in the house from LAX.
Wind 280 at 19er, gust 26. Skyway 3805, turn left. heading
165 now on
260.
very
Contact
short
departure.
final.
68 departure, Sky 3805. Good up.
Departed out of AMS 8 hours and 23 minutes ago.
Delta 1306, traffic 737, mile final, wind 280 at 18, gust 26, runway 30 left, line up and wait. 574, Minneapolis Air call, showing turn lanes heavy, 330 just rolling out, traffic holds in position, wind 280 at 18, gust 26, runway 30 left for the land. Delta 165 heavy, turn right, micro Alpha 8, and then you'll join Alpha. Contact point 9 or your gate's temporarily blocked, so he'll have further for you. You may cross runway 4.
Mike Alpha, clear to cross 4 and over to ground. Delta 165 heavy, thanks.
So whether they're going to actually be there or not, maybe they're going to spend a little bit of penalty box time waiting for their gate to open
Push
up.
approved for heavy.
Would be kind of nice. No, it would not be, because that would really be disappointing if you were on board and you found out, hey, everybody, we're here, but we have to wait a while.
165 crosses runway 4. 165 heavy, Minneapolis.
Especially after a long-haul flight. That's not good news.
Hold short Alpha 7 for
No,
now.
but
We're
the
waiting on
positive part of that, of course, is you have arrived at your destination. So it's just a matter of having to be a little patient, because sometimes a flight might arrive a little bit earlier than scheduled, and they have to wait for the gate that they're assigned to be cleared. And I do see a heavy moving down there. I don't know if is that one maybe they're moving the airplane to a different gate.
Possibly.
I'm just going to hold you there on the push for a minute. Opposite direction, heavy's going into Gulf 3, 1 so far. We'll keep you moving.
And that could be very well the case. There's no transponder on that heavy down there that just got moved. So
Delta 1306, turn left, heading 260 road.
moving her
260,
to
then
another
contact
gate.
departure.
Alright, 260 departure.
Delta 1306 getting airborne for Chicago O'Hare with a Boeing 717. Fred Hills, thanks so much for tuning in today. Says, fun fact, that little plane from Bemidji Aviation that we saw earlier is a small cargo plane for UPS. So Bemidji Aviation runs a fleet of those smaller Metroliners. So they are cargo feeders for UPS.
Alpha to the gate for heavy, thank you.
Now that's 12, 638, Charlie's going to about 26 Minneapolis ground, taxi via left turn Charlie 6 to the gate, just past behind the twin prop on Tata.
Bemidji Aviation is always a fun sight to see with those Metroliners buzzing about.
Stream 963 uniform, Oscar's current, runway 30 left, taxi via Whiskey.
Whiskey 30 left with Oscar 963. And ground southwest 3470, ready taxi.
3470, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Whiskey.
Delta Whiskey for 3470. That's 30 left.
574, roll it up to Charlie, please. Turn left at Charlie at contact point 9. Good day.
Charlie point 9, Sun Country, 574, good day.
And I'm checking too again, Alex, on our UPS 74, and I still don't see anything happening yet. It's a scheduled 5:03 arrival.
I don't think they've left
Nope.
the world port yet.
Nope.
Country 574, Minneapolis, taxi via Charlie, Charlie 1.
They had a scheduled
Charlie
4:16 departure, and of course, yeah, that did not happen.
For the parallel runway.
It's about a
458,
90-minute
so
voyage
that
from
traffic is for the parallel.
SDF to
Oh,
MSP.
yeah, I see that now.
Typically.
It happens sometimes, no worries.
Just like life, it happens sometimes. No worries.
Boy, today's been kind of weird in a sense. It's been fairly wacky with the wind that has just been slamming us here at MSP. I mean, our last wind update, from what we heard over the tower frequency, was, I think, wind at 19er, gusting maybe 2.4 or 2.6.
Yeah, I'm not liking the wind.
Now, the wind data updates approximately every hour, so you're going to see that reflect on the bottom of the screen when that update gets pushed. And it'll happen automatically, so it's tied to the National Weather Service weather data for the MSP station, so whenever it decides to spit that wind update out, we'll see that reflected on the bottom of the screen. But yeah, the wind has certainly gotten a lot angrier the last few minutes. So we got Southwest on their way out. So they are taxiing to runway 30 left for departure. And all of our departures and arrivals have, for the duration of this broadcast anyway, have remained on the parallel. So no mixed flow today.
Clear to push.
Who's on the ground?
Exit jet 458, turn left, Whiskey 5, straight into signature. You get to stay with me. Have a great day.
Ground, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta, hold short, runway 30 left.
3933, Minneapolis Tower, traffic hold in position, traffic Airbus 7 ahead, wind 270 at 16, gust 25, runway 30 left for the land.
We've got some moto people that just pulled up. And that's what all the ruckus in the background was about. All right.
29-minute countdown to the arrival of 170.
I was just going to guess if that was what you were talking about or going to talk about.
Yes.
All right.
And that would be our last notable arrival as far as heavies are concerned, with the exception of the UPS 74.
Well, actually, we got FedEx 798 Heavy coming in from Memphis, too. I know, it's something that I kind of forgot about as well, because we've been talking about all the other stuff. Just wait till the month of May rolls around, and when we get back from LAX, we're going to have Air France now thrown into the mix.
At 14, gust 25, traffic 6 mile final, Embraer, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
Hey, yo, we've got an A321neo landing on 30 left.
Delta 941, turn right Delta, start towards gate, contact ground
Delta
point
941. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that this is from Seattle, Tacoma.
Will not block all
Charlie 8850, yeah, you can take Charlie and then over to Delta, and then hold short at 30 left.
Charlie Delta 30 left.
Yep, you were right.
Delta 941 and Delta going to call.
941 Minneapolis, contact City Alpha to the gate. One push stop 17 down there. Let me know. I told them to leave you room to get in.
Because I know the Delta has
The gate, and we'll let you know if we have
the A321neo in service between here in Seattle on flight 941.
Runway 30 left, clear to land.
Also between here and San Diego, too, from what I've noticed. The A321neo also makes me excited for the LAX trip that's going to be coming up in May 6th through the 8th. MSP Airport Live is going to be out in LA. We're going to have a fun time spotting all the wonderful heavy Airbus and Boeing action, 747s, A380s, 777s.
72, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta and Alpha.
We're going to be in plane spotting paradise. It's going to be 3 incredible days of live spotting
United, Charlie 6 gate,
on MSP Live. Can't wait to share it with you from our perspective. Also, big thanks to our friends LA Flights Live, Peter and Josh, for being incredible hosts. We're going to be so excited to meet them and team up with them to do some live plane spotting stuff, also for the production assistance as well. Thanks so much to LA Flights. By the way, Caveman, Peter is live today at LAX. So when you guys get done watching us, make sure to go tune in and get your LAX fix today. Quiet Person says hello from Illinois. Hey, welcome to the Twin Cities. So great to have you on board today.
3470 Minneapolis Tower traffic, Embraer 5
Hunter
mile final,
VR
wind
says
280 at 17.
here back from
Gust
school.
25,
Hey
runway
Hunter,
30
great to
left,
have you on
wait.
board today.
Pineapple wait, 30 left, southwest.
Also Northern Gray 6108, so great to have you on board as well. Hello, Alex and RJ from NODAD, that'd be North Dakota.
And Charlie 5 to the ramp, fast line and copy him to the right of Charlie 6. Charlie 5 to the right, give way to the...
Now our friend Brandon Baker, who's also in the live chat, also chatting with him before our show today, says luck of the Irish in regard to our Aer Lingus South Parallel arrival. Thanks, Gordon, for the wind update. Winds have diminished in Tomah, Wisconsin. Still gusty, but not as intense now.
Got 933 Minneapolis, Scrag, taxi via Charlie, and...
Yeah, it dipped for a little bit.
Nose Delta at Charlie.
We had sustained winds at about around 11 knots, which is pretty acceptable. It's a nice breeze. Boy, did it rapidly pick up after that for a little bit.
Yeah,
Again, we had that cold front that moved through earlier this afternoon.
hasn't let up much since.
Nope.
You can taxi around, you start on Alpha, then join Bravo. And hold
Monica 8318, so great to have you on board today. Happy Wednesday. So glad you could join us for live plane spotting in the heart of the Twin Cities aviation scene at MSP Airport, the aviation mecca of Minnesota.
We'll get way to the oncoming aircraft.
Car 3681, Minneapolis ground behind the Delta off your tail there, parking. Your push is approved, 30 left.
After the Delta push
Gate is verified. Just taxi around that Delta and then rejoin Bravo, short of the tunnel on Bravo.
Southwest 3470. I thought maybe they'd be heading to Denver, but no, they're headed to St. Louis.
Cushing-ish says, love those LA flights, guys. Josh was the first guy to get me hooked on spotting at LAX. I really like when they spot at JFK at the TWA Hotel. Yeah, they're going back there this year, at least a couple times, especially for UN week. They will be at the TWA Hotel.
United 2272 42, and yeah, thanks, right. They'll be rejoining the inner here in just a second. The is able to continue via Alpha. Good.
All right, we'll continue via Alpha as able, United 22.
Delta 1476, Minneapolis Sky, pushback is approved, 30
And I know, Alex, when I was tracking my friend and her husband to their destination of Cabo yesterday with the connection in Denver, it was just like Southwest is a lot bigger there than I knew that to be, because on flight radar there were Southwest aircraft all over the place.
That's straight ahead of Delta. I'm going to cross your tail, so keep it moving on Delta. Contact point 9er. Good day.
Right on Delta, we'll keep it moving. Point 9er envelope 4043.
Secondary 8850, Minneapolis Tower at Delta, cross runway 30 left. Continue via Delta Pop at runway 30 right.
At Delta, cross 30 left, Delta Pop at 30 right, 6850.
via Delta.
Delta to the gate, envelope 4043.
Quiet person says, still seems gusty at Fleming Field. Yeah, it's gusty over here as well.
Alpha, Delta,
I think just across the upper Midwest in general, again, you had that nice warm front that brought with it some really nice temperatures that we started the day with. RJ, remember when we were at 61 degrees? That was our high for today.
Where are we now?
We're at 52.
Whoa.
So that cold front has dropped the temperature down significantly, about 9 degrees from where it had been earlier.
Okay, because I know I mentioned it in the chat before you started what it was where I'm at.
Yep.
And it's just like, okay.
2696 Minneapolis Tower.
Not anymore.
At 13.
I'm not at home right now either.
30 left, clear land out 2696.
Again, much better than what it was yesterday with the wind. Ugh.
Yeah, I was pretty content just to stay home yesterday.
Oh, interesting. Hey, Rosie, thanks so much for sharing this little tidbit here. My brother's Sun Country captain came in earlier from Sarasota, now jumping on Delta 3962, departing at 4:55 to pick up his next Sun Country flight in Milwaukee. All right.
Ground Scout 3933, just for situational awareness, we're going to need the aircraft that pushed off Charlie 14 to port.
Sun Country 8850, just Scotch in the parking lot, right? Yeah, Scotch 933, Roger.
It's quite the rowdy conversation in the background.
And double back on Quebec as able. Just leaving room to taxi out to 30 right.
All right, well, taxi down, double back in Quebec.
So we've been talking about the weather quite a bit today and continuing on that subject here. Taking a look at our next 6 days. So Monday next week, we will be live with some amazing weather. Expected to be in the 70s on Sunday and Monday. Now it's going to cool off quite significantly into tomorrow, and it'll start to warm up on Friday, get incrementally warmer on Saturday, and then who is ready for the 70-degree temps that we're going to see at the start of next week?
Delta 1476, 30 left taxi.
It's going to actually feel like springtime.
Delta 1476.
All right, time for the red tail emojis. Here comes a former Northwest 757 coming in from Fort Lauderdale, Delta Flight 1134.
Left to right, stop the alley, and then it'll be Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha.
Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha 30 left, and behind the Toby for Charlie 31.
1134, turn right Mike or Alpha 8, contact ground point 9er. Good day.
Turn Mike, point 8, Delta 1134. Good day. Round up 1134 on Mike, going to Fox 13.
Delta 1134, Minneapolis ground taxi via Mike 6, cross runway 4.
Mike 6, cross runway 4, Delta 1134.
Apologies for that.
Yeah, we have no control over any of the language that.
Yeah, apparently some people lack discretion in public or self-control or both. There are a lot of other places to go and do that. This is probably not the place for it, but
we're all like, this nigga's back.
Okay, so.
All the time. Before the 100. The disappearing act.
Okay, so we're gonna. We're gonna catch our next arrival here.
The 1028 Minneapolis Tower on a 30 left, line up and wait.
30 left, line up and wait, that's 1028.
The cop was going down the road. David did a wheelie by him. He turned around.
All right, we got a A321 that just touched down.
Car 316, you want to give away to that 18 Delta. Or give away to the Delta Airbus that's on the runway.
It's from Tampa, Alex.
There you go.
Yep.
Hey, Fred, so it'll be right to left on Alpha.
Flown back and forth between here and Tampa more than I have flown between any other two destinations.
Head to the gate, monitor ground point 9er.
Well, I hope everybody, as they made their way through Tampa Airport, said hello to the
Phoebe.
Phoebe the flamingo.
Yep.
I was just going to ask what the flamingo's name was.
The 1028
You answered that question pretty quickly. Thank you.
Yep, Phoebe appeared after I left.
30 left, line up and wait, traffic 6 mile final.
The last time I flew through Tampa to go anywhere was February of 2022, and she was not there at that time. And anybody flying in and out of Tampa has the opportunity to see her, because when you arrive into the terminal for arrivals, you have to go up one level after checking your luggage, and that's the level that she's on. And then you go out kind of like a spoke under the air side that you need to go out to, depending on the airline you're flying.
Ground, your pushback is approved for 30, right?
The 1476 Minneapolis, 92 left, on Boeing, 6 mile final.
I turn left on point of the 1476.
So 1028, turn left heading 260.
Left, 260, number 1028.
All right, some more departures.
So 1028 on the 260, contact departure, see ya.
So I'm going to check on the status of our UPS 747 that is due in. So I don't think they have their transponder on still.
I'll check out fast departure, Quebec turn, September 2983.
Yes, they do.
Oh, okay. You stand corrected. That's really good news.
1476, heading on a 30 left, clear for
So
takeoff.
I'm digging into that at the moment. She's on the move.
Charlie, we're going to Fox 11.
1127, map contact via Charlie 6.
Charlie 6, Zero, contact departure, United 2272.
So they are on the move. They are taxiing for departure.
Oh, nice. So that means they're probably going to be here at about around 6:30 or 6:40, depending on the flight path that they take, because it typically takes about 90-ish minutes.
Contact departure. The 1476, turn right, heading 350, contact departure. 350, contact departure with the 1476, good night.
Still the 1476. It's headed to Motown, Detroit, Michigan. So we also have American 2379 coming in from Dallas behind them. So nobody next in line for departure, so we'll have that arrival get in here in just a minute. So things are going to start to ramp up here as we get into the 5 and 6 o'clock hours. So we have a
Delta 1053, could you give us a wind update?
and we have a flood of arrivals, and I mean a flood of arrivals that is making its way into the Twin Cities. And we are now into 5 o'clock, into what I like to call the power hour.
South Coast 3966, clearance 30 right at Charlie 1, Charlie 14. Scott 976 up Scout taxi, via Papa. Charlie 14 via Papa, Scott 3966.
So I did have way more looking on. I pulled the preloaded cartridge down inside. Once I pulled that,
Sorry about the inappropriate conversation behind us. Not much we can do about that. So Delta 170 Heavy, meanwhile, we're tracking it as it gets closer to the Twin Cities. It's about 15 minutes away with the A350 900.
Silver will go fast, 0.9, American 2379.
I knew you were going to say that, so.
All right, so we're gonna.
3631, fly runway heading on the 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, runway 30 left,
All right, I'm gonna need to step off camera here for just a minute.
And ground, American 2379 is clearing on Delta for Echo 13. American 2379, map ground taxi via Delta. Delta Gate, American 2379.
Turn left heading 260, contact departure.
260 on the heading over to departure for Charlie 3681. I'm going.
Alrighty.
Target 85805, this step started, so make 30 left.
Speed 805 and amplitude wind 28010, gust 20, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, just speed 805.
Alright, do you want to go see trains before we eat, or you just want to go home after this?
All right, so we have a 757 arrival coming in from Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International.
4 is approved, or Mike.
Okay, forward Mike, right when
I like that the 757 300s have been placed on the Fort Myers route, services to Fort Lauderdale and Orlando as well, RJ. It's nice seeing Delta keep the stretched 757 on those services for Delta.
Yep, and they'll probably fill every seat too. Of course, you know, the vast majority of the flights these days are pretty full. You're not going to find too many empty seats.
Yeah, the 757 300, largest narrow-body twin jet ever produced. And it's an aircraft that Delta just loves so much and really refuses to get rid of. And they keep them in really good shape. And all of Delta's 16 757 300s were ordered originally by Northwest Airlines and flew for the Red Tail.
Hello, Delta 2877 just cleared 30 right at Mike. And going to G19. Delta 2877, may I have ground? You taxi to the Hotel Charlie Alpha, cross runway 4. Taxi to the Hotel Charlie Alpha, cross runway 4 for Delta 2877. Amplifier level 2043, ILS 30 left.
2043, Minneapolis wind 28010, gust 20, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Runway 30 left, clear to land, 2043. Runway 17, off more.
So I don't know if we're going to see it. I kind of doubt it, Alex. But we are going to get a flyby of 170. They're going to pass by us just off to the west. But with the cloud cover being what it is.
We'll still keep our eye on it, too, because I like the overflight shots. But
yes, so that's...
Yeah.
76 Minneapolis ground taxi via Delta Pop.
See him?
I actually do not. Oh, never mind. I do.
I just had to get you looking in the right direction. We've got a 170 sighting. Sky cards.
Yep, there they are.
Got 458, approaching for traffic, now be 30 right, 30 right, taxi the Whiskey, hold short of runway 30 left at Delta. Alright, I guess 458, go to 30 right, the Whiskey, and we'll hold short of 30 left at Delta. Envoy 371 ground, taxi straight ahead, Charlie, and Charlie 6 in. Straight ahead, Charlie 6 in, Envoy 3781.
Somebody is running their engines behind us. I think it's over at the FedEx terminal.
Check 458. Correction, on Whiskey 6, just hold short of Whiskey for now. Whiskey 6 shortly.
Well, we have quite the arrival train inbound, RJ. So, folks, we're going to have non-stop arrivals here for the next few minutes.
5805, similar to Whiskey 7, taxi via Whiskey and Whiskey 6. There'll be one coming out of signature.
Whiskey 6. And copy 10, Section 458, thank you, Monitor Tower, 126.7.
So, Alex, there's a FedEx 75 behind us. They have their transponder on. That could maybe be what we're hearing?
That's 555, contact tower 123.905. Yeah, 68 right 30 left, taxi the Quebec Charlie Alpha. Yeah. Mid 1323, monitor tower 126.6.
Here comes a mosquito on mic, Alex. So, photobomb.
Well, not really. We're going to switch focus. There's our mosquito.
Bravo Delta Papa. That's at 458 Minneapolis Aircraft 30 West, taxi Bravo Delta Papa.
Bravo Delta Papa, cross 30.
From the 1323 Minneapolis at Mike Cross on 30 West, taxi at Mike Papa.
At Mike Cross 30 left, Mike Papa, 230 degree.
12483, 1.9er.
1.9, guys, I'll try away.
Well, we got the landing of Chester on our side, but they've just taken off from the north side.
Start up by 1827, we're on the left, north, west.
Up 1827, Minneapolis 93, left, clear to land, wind 290 at 11.
130 left, over.
6 at 458, monitor ground point 9. From 1323, monitor ground point 9.
Also, we have to keep an eye on Iceland Air 657 that's coming tonight from Reykjavik with the MAX 9. So the bigger Max 9 is now on the assignment for the Reykjavik to Minneapolis service. So the Max 9 will be the primary aircraft for Icelandair's direct flights from Reykjavik to MSP throughout the rest of the spring and summer. Of course, subject to change.
Papa, cross runway 4. Papa, cross runway 4.
You know, speaking of Icelandair,
Delta 413 and pass by that company heading to
it'd
your
be
right.
really nice if you were able to get one of their A321 LRs.
Right behind,
How many of them do they have?
Not very many, but Icelandair is planning on their 757 replacements to be the Airbus A321 LR or XLR, I think.
Left, clear to land, traffic on a 4 mile, final Airbus.
Clear to land, 20 left, Delta 2981. To the top.
And the A321 Neo, A321 LR, XLR, that whole family of aircraft, I think it's a really, really good fit for Icelandair.
Okay, yeah, passing golf, guys.
The A321 current engine option. So the first generation of A321s are phenomenal aircraft. And they're quite a common sight at MSP and a lot of other major airports across the globe, but I'll tell you what, the A321 Neo, LR, XLR, super comfortable, just like the previous generation. Personally, I think it's a better experience than the 737s that I've flown on. And the Max is not too much different than, let's say, a 737 Next Gen series, of course, with the exception of much larger engines, a different tail cone assembly, and of course the MCAS, I think it's called.
So Mike 7896, I see some of your comments here in the chat in regards to the Sky Cards, and it looks like Moose took care of some of your questions in the chat with being one of our wonderful moderators, because I know when I'm not out here helping Alex, that's what I'm usually doing from home. Sky Cards has kind of gotten to be a fun thing for me to get in on. When you capture, yeah, they only work when the aircraft is in the area of where you're at in the air, flying over, and when you capture, you get some interesting information that pops up in regards to that specific aircraft. So want to learn a little bit more about all the aircraft that are out there flying today. That's kind of one way to do it. So you have to just kind of open it up and see what's flying overhead in your area where you're at the time, and see what you want to capture, and then you just need to try to capture it within that square box that's on the screen on your phone as best you can. I think you get more out of it the clearer the sky. So if it's, you know, blue sky versus cloudy, and I know you only get so many tries to get it as centered as you can, and then you gotta wait a while.
You gotta wait for your quote-unquote photo to develop.
So I know when I just did 170s that flew over here a few minutes ago, I think I went after it for the third time and kept that one, because you only get so many chances, and then get kind of timed out for a while.
Dream Spinner 3MN says flying from MSP tomorrow on an Airbus A321. All right. Have fun. Yeah, the A321s are, I think, the perfect narrow-body aircraft to fly on. And I love that Delta has invested in the type heavily. And really, you can thank Northwest Airlines for Delta's decision to put their faith in the Airbus A321 series. Because before the merger with Northwest, Delta prided itself on all of its Boeing aircraft, and it's mostly all Boeing fleet. And after the merger, they found out really quickly why Northwest was fairly close to Airbus, and the rest is history.
It's 58 Minneapolis, and it's your left line up and wait.
And you know, it's interesting because despite Northwest's, in its later years, relying heavily on Airbus for the majority of its fleet strategy, they did opt for the 787 as the future of its long-haul fleet strategy. But Delta canceled that Northwest order at the merger just because of the early teething problems with the Dreamliner. And with Delta recently placing a big order of 787-10 Dreamliners on the books, they'll be manufactured in Washington State. It's kind of come around full circle, hasn't it, RJ?
Absolutely.
Now, Northwest had ordered the 787-8 Dreamliner, aka the baby Dreamliner. That's the smallest variant of the 787. But I think because the 787-9 and the 787-10 especially have proven to be quite reliable. Well, what was that on frequency? All right, so we're going to get our next departure here on 30 left.
Yep, Northwest was the launch carrier for some aircraft out there.
It was a launched customer for the 747-400.
Turn left heading 260, contact departure.
And if not for the cancellation by Delta following the merger with Northwest in 2008, Northwest would have been the launch customer of the Dreamliner. And Northwest, most famously, was the launch customer for, drumroll please, the 747-400. Arguably the most iconic variant of the 747 ever produced.
1912. Turn right, cutting on plane.
Certainly, I think the most popular variant of the jumbo jet.
So, Alex, have we shared the fact that for those that have been able to make their ways to the Delta Museum at Atlanta Hartsfield?
Yes, I know exactly where you're going with this. That 747-400 that you can actually visit and go inside and tour. That's at the Delta Flight Museum in Atlanta. That was, I think, the very first 747 ever delivered.
So it
holds a pretty historical significance within the world of aviation, but also it was, I think, the same aircraft that was involved in that rudder incident.
Yep, Flight 85.
Yes, Northwest Flight 85.
The
very design of the vertical stabilizer or the rudder at the rear was the reason that everyone made it down safely, and that airframe and those people were able to make it back down safely okay at Anchorage.
Yeah, so if you're able to get there, go check it out, because I've been on it. And it was, if I remember correctly, learned this correctly, it was the 74400 prototype. So it was the first one built by Boeing. And it was used, I believe, for engine testing with Pratt & Whitney for a while. And when they were done with that, they turned it over to Northwest. Of course, flew proudly until she was retired from service and then became part of the Delta Museum, because at that time she was part of the Delta fleet after the merger.
It was a pretty somber occasion when Delta retired the 747s back in 2017. That was the year that I graduated high school, by the way. Can remember that too. It was just a buzz of activity over here at the viewing area when the final flights of the 747s in Delta's fleet were taking place.
Right over to ground, point niner, Sky 3995. Tower Delta 170, heavy ILS
And I believe they did a flyby of one before
They
they
did,
landed.
yep.
I've seen videos of it. That makes me cry.
Yep.
30 left, clear to land, Delta 170.
I can't help it. It's just in my blood.
Scott 3995, and for now,
That was the most iconic piece of Northwest that was still part of Delta's fleet at that time of retirement that went away. And I think that to a lot of people, it was really saddening to see that. And it were those 747s that inspired me to be interested in aviation in the first place. Because I grew up in the suburb of Bloomington, Minnesota. And in the afternoons, when Northwest would run their flights out to Seoul and to Tokyo, and I think we had Singapore as well, too. This is, probably before my time. There were 747s that, during the summertime, would use runway 422 just because of how heavy they were. And they really needed that 11,000 plus feet of tarmac to get airborne. And so the departure path took the jumbo jet right over my house that I grew up in Central Bloomington. And in the afternoon, I would always count on that 747 being there, look up, and here's this ginormous thing blasting into the sky. And it was just the funnest experience of the day for me. And
So if you didn't have a way to track it, you could probably, you could be like this. You can do what they if they were on time or not. So
yeah.
170 is in sight on final approach.
Line 5120, Minneapolis ground, push this proof, 30 right.
Yeah, because, back in those days, we didn't have like everything that we have now with, cell phones and laptops and computers and tablets and all of these apps that can go along with them, and we can be out here doing this broadcast and use apps on our phones for tracking flights. And
4178.
Yeah, you would just look at your watch when you would see them.
Charlie behind them, or even runway 4.
Like I did it a few times when we lived in Stillwater. I could stand out in the front yard of our house and
Southwest 1956, Minneapolis at Mike Cross.
Yep, and you had to get timetables as well.
Yep, it's just like I look up and say, Dad, you're late. When they would fly out of here from here to London. I actually do have a picture in one of my photo albums of him on a departure, climbing out, going right over us.
Tango cross runway 22, then use Delta.
All right, Southwest is going to sneak across the south parallel runway with Delta 170 on really short final. So Southwest is going to taxi on Mike next to us, but our attention is going to be fixed to the arriving Airbus A350.
Ground Blue Street, 5455, right, taxi left. Blue Street 5455, Roger, 30 right, taxi via Delta, full circle back for now. Delta short Quebec from the right to Blue Street 455.
That Southwest is a Max, too. If people caught a glimpse of the tail. The tail cone is pointy.
Blue Street 455, behind the CRJ heading to your left.
So as 170 touches down, they've been in the air for 11 and a half hours.
Behind the CRJ, Blue Street 455, we got him on our left.
And the 170 Heavy, turn right at Mike and contact ground point 9.
Right at Mike, ground point 9, have a good day, Delta 170 Heavy. Good afternoon, Mini Ground, Delta 170 Heavy is vacating 30, that's in Mike, Golf 6.
Delta 30 or 170 Heavy, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha and cross runway 4.
Taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4, Delta 170 Heavy.
You have to do 120, right 30 right, taxi via Pop.
Mike, that also is a good point to mention in talking about the transition that Northwest and Delta had at the 2008 merger. Most of the Delta executives after that merger were former Northwest Airlines executives. And just to kind of hammer home this point, the current CEO for Delta, Ed Bastian, is from that Northwest family tree of executives or employees. So they have a former red tail leading the widget.
22 to Charlie 6, yeah, 1935.
Number.
Drew 714 says, very nice show. Last time I flew through MSP was on a Northwest 747 from Detroit to Minneapolis back in 1986.
Wow.
We're just slow rolling it to get our engine cooled down.
That was a few years ago.
What's up, Heavy Roger?
Thanks so much for the kudos, Drew. That had to have been a fun experience. And I'll tell you, Northwest, they flew just about everything in their fleet between Minneapolis and Detroit. By the way, which is up to and including the DC-10.
We're Charlie 6 all the way to Echo 7.
Affirmative.
Thank you.
So, Alex, during yesterday's stream when I was moderating from home, was it something that you learned about or one of our viewers learned about and passed it on to us via the chat as far as what the plans are possibly going forward and regarding the UPS MD-11s, including the one that we've had parked here since November 7th?
That would be correct. So somebody who
Delta going to Echo 8.
was in our live chat
Should be a Delta Quebec.
says that they
Back Issue 6174.
work for UPS, has some information that they discovered about what's going to happen to that MD-11 that is currently parked over at the cargo pad for UPS off of Taxiway Tango. So that aircraft arrived on November 7th of last year, and that will be the final time that that aircraft will ever see the sky again. And we knew that at least about a month later.
As you were saying.
Yeah, we had an interrupting Embraer that was making its way out. So that MD-11, by the way, everybody thought, myself included, that really knows what's going to happen to aircraft when they get retired, especially where they are, and when the pilots that the airline has employed with that MD-11 type rating for UPS. Those pilots were told, hey, you do not need to top up on your proficiency requirements. So because of that, everyone kind of knew at that point, okay, in addition to the announcement of retirement, those MD-11 pilots were told, hey, you don't need to maintain proficiency, which more than likely means that they're either going to be scrapped on site, they're going to get parted out in the process, or something else. So that MD-11, from what we've been told from our source in the chat, says that that MD-11 is actually going to be a part of the MAC fire training area. So that airframe will still be with us, albeit in a different form. So they're going to part out the engines, of course. They're more than serviceable, so GE is going to take the engines. And then the aircraft is going to get parted out of all the other avionics or other electronics they want to take out.
Endeavor 4913 behind the CRJ, turn off the runway.
So obviously, for it to serve that purpose, it will get moved to another location here at MSP. Correct?
But then the question is going to be posed as well, in addition to what's recently been made light of in regards to the MD-11, is what's going to happen to that DC-9 that's currently over in the fire training area. We'll show that here in just a second.
Off right, ground 49, up 2647. Ground up to 2647, off to the left at Delta, we're going to Golf 17.
Delta 2647, arriving with the A321neo from San Diego, California.
Go forward, 17 Delta.
Hi, Gerald.
I see Gerald. Hi.
He's in my shadow. He's coming to see you, Alex. You digging another hole? Right up against the sidewalk here.
Nope, yeah,
Bye,
Gerald.
See ya.
He's like, hey, get that camera off of me.
Makeup. He had to go do his makeup, Alex. He said, I'll be back.
Anyways, as we were saying, the big question that I have is what are they going to do with this DC-9, which, by the way, used to fly for Republic back in the day. And there's a pretty good chance that our co-host and friend John Joseph actually crewed this aircraft when it was in service for Northwest.
Yeah, I heard him saying that yesterday. Just wow.
And for Republic, too.
Go to Alpha 5, hold short in front of
How crazy is that?
Alright, Papa Charlie, Alpha 5, hold short of 3 left.
Yeah, Jimmy, those motorcycles certainly making a racket, and I think the reason that they're louder than the aircraft is just because they're closer to our microphones.
Jet 543, you can monitor tower now 126.7. 6.7, 543.
We see some pretty cool bikes out here, not gonna lie.
That's at 889, turn, we'll just exit straight in and remain this frequency.
Straight in with you, exit 889.
So for those of you just tuning in, welcome to MSP International Airport, and the sun...
Don't jinx it.
No, we're fine. There is nothing but clear blue sky off to our west. All the cloud cover that had taken over for much of the show today is on its way out of here.
Yeah, it looks actually good to the west of here at the moment.
Tower Delta 2970, ILS 30 left. Boy 4043, any delays going to DCA?
On Boy 4043, not for you.
Thank you.
Not for you.
Jet 543, amend instructions. Taxi Alpha 7, hold short and next regional left.
Yeah, we have no control what gets sent out from the tower.
7, hold short and next regional left.
All right. I think this is FedEx 798 Heavy coming in from Memphis.
Jet 543, monitor tower 126.7. They're looking for you. Sorry about that.
Ground runway 4043, ready taxi with KPAC.
Delta 2535 miles per ground, taxi via Papa Charlie Bravo to the gate.
Papa Charlie Bravo to Delta 25.
Jet 543 at Alpha 5, crossing next regional left. Taxi straight into signature.
Alpha 5 cross 30 left, and straight into signature. Ground Envoy 4043, ready taxi at Quebec.
Envoy 4043, runway 3's right, taxi at Delta and Papa.
Papa 30 right, Envoy 4043.
All right, we're going to get a mic taxi for FedEx 798 Heavy.
Tower, Delta 2392, ILS 30 left.
Delta 392, Minneapolis, 17 mile final Airbus, wind 28014, and 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land, Delta 2392.
Mike, I agree. Yeah, I hope that airports find some pretty good uses for the MD-11s that UPS retired that are stranded at UPS's outstations, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I saw.
Like us, for example.
Yeah, I saw his comments as well. So yeah, it's even though they're not flying and it's they're losing out because of that, but they're also losing out because of what it's costing them to keep them sitting where they've been all this time as well, just because of. So it's a lose-lose.
So 2970, turn right, cut ground point 9.
Right turn, ground point 9.
So our managing producer, Michael Larson, he's up with the aviation industry at a pretty advanced level, because he actually is in the aviation industry as a working professional. And Mike also says that it's honestly probably the cheapest option for UPS, and that I would agree. Because, and he brings up a good point, because you have to think about it this way. You got to pay somebody to scrap it on site. And it's going to depend on what the salvage company is going to charge for a service like that to break it down after it's been parted out. So UPS probably thought, you know what? Hey, we're not going to scrap it. We're just going to part it out, though, and then we're just going to give it to the airport, and now it's MSP's problem.
So, speaking up, Alex, update on our UPS 74. She is en route. She is in the air. Departed out of Louisville half hour ago. Will be due in here in an hour and 7 minutes. Currently up at 38,000. Ground speed 468 knots.
30 left.
$198, Minneapolis, wind 28013, runway 30 left, clear to land.
0 left, clear to land, Delta 198.
Wind 28013. Delta 2392, turn right, cut ground point 9.
Right, ground point 9, Delta 29.
Needed. Roger that, we appreciate it, Delta 2970. Delta 2392, maps ground, Charlie and Papa to the gate.
Charlie, Papa, gate.
All right, here's our next arrival on the South Parallel. Boy, did it get sunny.
Yeah, I hope it stays this way. you were mentioning earlier about icy.
Yeah, Iceland Air, where are they at?
They are 31 minutes out. They departed Reykjavik 5 hours and 49 minutes ago.
Southwest 407, turn left at Charlie, taxi.
And Iceland Air is starting to send the larger MAX 9, 737 MAX 9, going to be the regular equipment, I think, from now on until maybe the fall when they start to roll back available capacity on the Reykjavik to MSP route. Wind's starting to pick up here just a little bit more. Also coming up later tonight, everybody, we'll have Delta 258 heavy to Dublin. Tonight it's with an A330neo rather than the A330-300. So it'll be a nice equipment upgrade for those flying out to Dublin on Delta tonight.
Visual, runway 30 left, parking Charlie 19.
Hey, how you doing? Sky 3826 Minneapolis Tower, wind 37013, running 30 left, clear to land.
Copy all, clear to land, 30 left. I'm doing pretty well, thanks, Ref. Yes, 3026.
Haven't heard you in a while.
Yeah, I don't get back to Minneapolis nearly as much on this new airplane.
And where are you based now?
Still Mini, but we kind of go all over out of Mini.
Okay, good to know. Okay, Delta 198, contact Alpine 9 RCS.
You never know what you're going to hear.
Boy, that's one of the most wholesome conversations I've heard on ATC in a long time. That was fantastic.
Well, of course, we've probably got some pilots out here
I don't
that
doubt
know
it at
air
all.
traffic controllers. So
oh, yeah.
Sun Country 3035 ground.
when they get to communicate with each other, just a quick hi and how's it going and see ya.
Well, that's certainly clip worthy for social media right there. That was awesome. You know, everyone wants to post all the shock value content. It's like, you know, we need more wholesome stuff in there. Because it's more of what happens on a day-to-day basis. I mean, that was really nice. Well, hey, great to have him back, too, if it's been a while.
And of course, you know, with the upgrade of some of these flights, Alex, it's not just happening here. I've seen it also in play with the flights that some people may not be aware of, that Delta's flying nonstop between Tampa and Amsterdam. So they've done an upgrade on those flights as well. Now, those are not daily flights. But Delta originally started flying nonstop between Tampa and Amsterdam back in 2019, I believe. It was originally announced to be year-round, then it went seasonal. And then, of course, unfortunately, when COVID happened, they did suspend that service for a while, but it has been restarted.
Airport 982, Minneapolis Tower, wind 28015.
And I think the flights running pretty full. Because I know back when it originally started and then they stopped it, I heard from some people down there at the time that they were really kind of disappointed because the way the flights were running so full that they stopped the service. And as it relates, the same kind of thing happens down there as it does as we see it happen up here, where they will have to move an aircraft coming in on an international flight to have to be coming into one of the gates where they can get to customs, and then they end up moving that aircraft to another gate for their next departure. And that happens down in Tampa too, because there is only one airside that has international access for arrivals. And sometimes, you know, the aircrafts come in, then they have to move them to a different airside for their next departure. Now that I think will come to an end because they have started construction on the new, was it airside D, which the main tenant will be Delta. And that's going to be
how appropriate too. Airside D, D for Delta.
Yes, and that will also be the international terminal.
All right.
I believe, or at least an additional. Because the way the Tampa Airport works is, yeah, you know, when you do drive into that airport, you've got the main terminal, and then you do have to ride a short little train out to each individual airside, depending on the airline that you're flying.
Take care.
Right turn, ground point 9. Thanks for help. We'll talk to later, Scott 326.
So the thing about that airside, though, Alex, is there was years ago an airside on that spot, and that's where Northwest was.
Ground Skyler 3826. We're
So
clearing the
over
runway
time,
for Charlie 19.
the original airsides that were built
26, taxi via Delta and Papa to the
have been knocked
Delta,
down
Papa to
and
the gate, Sky 3826. Have a good day.
rebuilt. And when that airside was
Sun Country 3035 on
taken
Whiskey
off the
Cross
map,
94.
that spot at Tampa International has been sitting ever since.
Very interesting.
And that particular area for a number of years is kind of where UPS and I think FedEx would park some of their aircraft.
I hate to interrupt a good story, but we have a flight announcement that we need to get out there. Delta 298 Heavy to Rome. We'll be rocking and rolling out of here at about 6 p.m. with the A330-900 Neo. I think that the aircraft that's currently getting loaded up over there over at Concourse F will be Delta 298s. Circuit Breaker 6685 says good day to you guys. Nice looking web stream. Beautiful day. I know. The sun had finally come out here, and we're going to get some fantastic golden hour spotting a little later this evening. So keep it right here. We've also got Delta 298 Heavy. That'll be departing fairly shortly to Rome in about 6 minutes estimated departure time. Now, they are late. They're running a little behind. They were supposed to have already departed, but at least they're not running too terribly delayed. Then, of course, we also have our UPS 747-8, which is running super late today, but they are under an hour away.
Got a mic taxi coming. Smurf jet.
Oh, yes, we do.
Jet 442, Minneapolis 93 from the left, on a Boeing. Number 4982, turn right, cut it down point 9er.
Right, ground point 9er, have a great day, Air 492. Going ground at 4982, turn right on Charlie, Gate Alpha 8.
So Prime Air, they came from West Cargo, and they are headed at 30 left to take off.
Endeavor 4982, mail ground, taxi Charlie, top to the gate.
Charlie, pop to the gate at 492.
At 5552, runway 30 left, taxi, we'll go Quebec, Delta, and Alpha.
30 left, line number white.
Envoy 3781, maps ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Push approved, 30 left, envoy 3781.
United 552, actually it just blocked Delta, so it'll be Quebec, Charlie, and Alpha now. Just give way to the steer, Jan, Charlie.
Midwest Aviation Spotting 1995 says, hello everyone, hope the plane spotting is good. I came in early on Sun Country 602 from Phoenix. All right. Hope you enjoyed your flight on Sun Country.
Jet 442, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
I kind of want to take a flight on Sun Country myself before they are completely merged with Allegiant.
93 Alpha Mike, Minneapolis Tower, wind 290 at
So Midwest Aviation Spotting, so great to have you on board today.
Wind 30 left, Alpha Mike.
Go 15.
Good push, American 2379.
So in regards to putting that MD-11
Tango, turn right heading 360,
in the fire training area,
Right turn 360 departures, 175 Charlie Tango.
which we've gotten word that that's going to happen. So that's really awesome, RJ, that they were able to find a pretty practical use for it and not just decide to scrap it on site. I mean, we will see in the end if this plan holds up or if it falls through and they do end up scrapping it. But it's really cool to see that it's going to have a new life.
Yeah, it's hard to see it parked over there every time I come out here.
And I think that UPS MD-11 is an ex-Lufthansa bird. Although, don't quote me on that. I think someone pointed out in one of our past streams that MD-11 was former Lufthansa.
Yeah, as I've always referred to it as the cousin of the DC-10.
Well, the Northwest Airlines History Center, you should try and get some
afternoon,
parts off of that aircraft.
30 left.
3580, Kirsten 30, 57 Minneapolis Tower, wind 280.
Make for an excellent exhibit, I'll tell you what.
Runway 30 left for the land.
Well, we're starting to, I think, slowly but
30,
surely
50.
piece together some things from Sun Country to add to our display when, in light of the situation at hand with that.
Midwest Aviation Spotting said the flight was good indeed. The landing was great. They used full power on the reverse thrust to make the left onto taxiway Delta. I like the full power stops, and I like the turn and burns as well. So it makes me excited for my next flight that is less than a month away. And that's when we go on the road to Los Angeles, California.
Think you can use it, otherwise we'll just make a
Yeah,
left
I gotta
turn off.
get those dates on my calendar because I'm gonna try to get your departure and even maybe your return. So I open up those parts of the day on my end.
Envoy 3781, taxi via Delta.
So there you go, the MSP Airport Live LAX edition. Mark your calendars, save the dates. For May 6th, 7th, and 8th, we'll be doing 3 days of fantastic live shows. Big thanks to the support from our friends over at LA Flights Live.
Whiskey 5.
So huge thanks to Peter and Josh. Can't wait to connect with Peter. It's been a little while. I think it's been maybe, I want to say a little over a year now.
He's due to come back here to see us.
Yeah, I've tried to get Peter to come back here to do some summer spotting at MSP because he's really going to enjoy, especially if he comes here on a Sunday or a Wednesday. He is going to be treated to our cargo heavies in the evening. Fantastic golden hour lighting. He's going to get Air France, KLM. He's going to get Discover as well. So all of our good seasonal stuff, in addition to a bunch of Delta A350s, A330 Neos,
Taxi via Delta and Alpha.
30 left.
all the Sun Country aircraft that you could possibly want, and the most Sun Country aircraft that you can possibly see gathered in one place at the same time.
Well, Alex, maybe that's something the two of you can talk about while you're out there.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
Now, you also have to factor in these trips are also pretty expensive, too. So,
Here's your right, taxi via Papa. Charlie Alpha, that's fine too.
Departure.
Right turn heading 360 on departure, Sun Country 3035.
Level 2528, Minneapolis Tower, wind 290 at 17, gust 22, runway 30 left, clear to land. Clear to land, 30 left, Delta 25.
but going back to what I was saying, though, and because these trips are expensive, it ultimately depends on the viewer interest. It depends a lot on if you can get a good deal somewhere, especially if you have to fly out somewhere.
Heading 340, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
And also the other costs associated with travel too, besides the airfare, the lodging or hotel, rental car, dining, all of that needs to go into consideration. And our LAX trip,
552 Minneapolis, had V2 arrival.
Roger, thanks.
for how much that the trip costed in total compared to where we could have gone,
4233 Minneapolis.
it was by far the best option. In fact, our airfare, full disclosure, was, I think, just over $320 per person in Delta main cabin, which, to go to a market like LAX round trip on a mainline carrier such as Delta, that was a steal.
And
And it was a good thing you booked
given
it
the
when you
current
did.
pricing, but yes, I know. And the airfare expectedly has gone up considerably. Well, the cost, that is. I was also able to get a good rate on lodging, too. And I think when you have those two big things taken care of, the airfare and then the lodging or the hotel, you're kind of set. The only thing that is I would consider a downside as far as the costs are concerned, LAX is the most expensive rental car market in the country.
57, turn right at Delta, contact ground on Point Manor.
Delta Point 9, you're free to take gas 30.
But I will say this, at least the costs are not beyond unreasonable.
So we're going to park that 422. Taxi Delta Bravo Hotel.
Or beyond reasonable is what I meant to say.
Quebec, call the company. Let me know what this is. Delta Bravo Hotel on runway 4, short of Quebec, gas 30.
And of course, the other big thing that we have to consider is the support. So the support out there from our friends over at LA Flights, the opportunity to capitalize on booking some cheap tickets on Delta for that particular route. It was actually cheaper to go to LAX than it was to go to DFW or another airport. And yes, we were looking at DFW because there's quite a few people that watch us from the Metroplex area. There's actually quite a few MSP Airport Live fans that live down in the DFW area, as a matter of fact.
Push through Alpha to the 6.
Now, we're going to have to do DFW at some point. Because I know our live plane spotting friend, Steve Lundaby, has been trying to get us to go down there for a little while. I know, Steve, you're thinking, Alex, you got to come down to DFW, and we're certainly going to work on it, but probably not this time of year, but it is certainly on our short list if we were to take another trip.
Air Shuttle 4056, maps ground, push through, runway 30 left.
Don't say if, when.
Very true. Anthony Teal, hey, thanks so much for tuning in. Yes, I agree. The parking around LAX hotels is not fun. I do agree with that, too, because you actually have to pay to park your car. I think it's like $30 a night or something like that.
Delta, parking Delta 6.
Delta 25,
Wow, that's a lot.
Delta and Quebec
Yeah.
to gate.
Delta, come back to the gate.
Are they
Delta
trying to
25,
kind of deter people from parking in these hotel lots for plane spotting purposes?
Oh, no. It's, they're trying to get as much money as they
Okay,
can.
it's okay. So
There's
it's
nothing to do with the plane spotting.
so even though you have you
Yes,
you
every
self
hotel is like that in that area, from my understanding.
okay. So even though you're self-parking
Yep.
your car.
Yep.
Okay.
Traffic off the right, we'll wait for you.
I would not be surprised if other markets
Delta 25, 20,
attempt
left
to
right on Quebec.
introduce a parking charge for parking your own car in the hotel lot.
3893, maps ground.
That's just the one thing that I.
Yeah, it's frustrating, but it is what it is. At least the parking cost is not too bad. Well, at the hotel that we were able to book. Anthony, the hotel that we actually booked, the parking per night, I think was around $30 a night, but typically, you are correct, it's around maybe $60 a day.
Runway 30 left, line up away, down boy 3781. Yeah, contact 2 left, heading 260, contact departure.
All right, I'm tracking inbound Icy Iceland Air Flight 657 from Reykjavik, and they are almost, if not already, in sight. I think they're coming in on the north side. According to flight radar, they're 1 minute out.
5477, turn right at Delta,
I think
contact
I see
down
them.
on Point Manor.
Steve Lundaby says at MSP Airport Live, at Dallas-Fort Worth, you won't have the big brown brick. So to show everybody what Steve is talking about,
The brick.
it's this lovely, beautiful building that loves to block our view of taxiing traffic on the north side of MSP and the intersection of Taxiway Mike and Whiskey. So this utility building is what Steve Lundaby has dubbed the brick.
And Alex, don't forget,
Because it looks like a brick.
yeah, you have my videos from when I flew out to Denver and came back. So I did a video as we taxied across the runway and made the turn on Whiskey. Went over to the runway 17. So you can see what it's like from on board doing that maneuver that we share so much of the time during our streams when the 17 is active.
Approved. I don't know if you've started.
So you're seeing the brick from the other side.
Runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. 30
So our friend Gordon Wolt says, so rent a car for a day, turn it in at night, rent another car the next day, save big money. You know, that is a smart way to do it. Kind of a travel hack, I think, but I don't think so. I mean, with how busy we're going to be.
It would be time consuming to have to keep turning it in and going back to pick it up. So we've got icy now on very short final coming in on the north side.
American 2379.
So she's behind everything now, but we'll catch her
contact departure.
rolling out,
Over departure, American 2379.
passing by us somewhere over here.
That was Endeavor 5477 for that question. Yep, 30 right pad it is still.
More BizGen action here on the south parallel. So they're going to be headed straight to signature when they exit the runway.
Tower wind 28014, gust 23, runway 30 right, clear to land. 657, turn left at
So
Mike,
their
taxi via Mike,
so their
hold for runway 30
information
left, stay with
is
me.
not available. So Iceland Air, they took the north parallel for arrival, and Shamrock is
into signature, traffic 2
on
behind
their
you.
way out for departure on the north side.
All right, so I'm going to go back to checking in on our arriving UPS 74.
RJ, we're going to get a Mike taxi for Iceland Air. Look at this.
Yeah.
And the reason that they're taxiing on Mike is because Aer Lingus
Delta 942 maps ground, push
and other arriving traffic are on Charlie and Delta over there, I think. So Iceland Air, they're going to make their way over to Terminal 2 on taxiway Mike.
Delta 28 maps ground, push through to 30 right.
And our UPS 74 is 33 minutes out.
15-230 right, Delta 2087.
Left Louisville an hour ago.
Well, you know it's starting to be that time, right?
Yep. Yep, time flies when you're having fun. Just looked at the time on my watch. It's about 6:15 your local time.
Ground point 8, we split it off.
Well, especially when you're in a good mood. And I think that the sunshine that has come out to play here later this evening that will last hopefully through into sunset right till the end of our show is certainly putting me in a happy mood.
127015, gust 23. Traffic may hold position, runway 30 left, clear to land. 1878, turn right at Delta, contact ground on point 9er.
Charlie, if that's all right, then ground point 9, Delta 1878.
Charlie's approved. Sector 657, Minneapolis Tower, traffic exit Friday, you have Mike cross runway 30 left, continue Mike Tango. Delta 1878, maps ground, taxi to Alpha to the gate.
Alpha to the gate, Delta 1878.
All right, Iceland Air. We're going to get a notable tag for our show today. Coming in from Reykjavik. They're going to cross the south parallel.
Sector 657, continue Mike 2, cross runway 4, and you can monitor ground on point 9er to the gate. Monitor ground point 9er. Shuttle 4056, Minneapolis Tower, wind 28015, gust 23, traffic Airbus 5.5 mile final, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, step for takeoff. It's gone good.
Yeah, company just told us Golf 3 is a maintenance push. We need to wait for them to get off the gate before we go in.
Okay, I thought Golf Gulf 2's open though. Is that where you're going?
It is. They requested that we stay out of their way. I don't know if they overlap with that version of airplane or what.
Yeah, maybe. So yeah, you can just let's just have you hang out there.
Okay, we'll sit right here. Delta 1878.
I may move you if we need to.
Okay.
Always interesting chatter.
Yeah, we've had some interesting stuff on frequency today.
Delta 2122, maps ground, push approved, running 30 left.
Push approved, runway 30 left, Delta 2122.
Tower, November 930, Gulf Lima is on the visual for 30 left. November 930, Gulf Lima, Minneapolis, Tower
So Alex, before our 7-4 gets too much closer, I'm going to take a quick little break to have a little snack, and I'll be back shortly.
Shuttle 4056, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Left turn 260 over departure, shuttle 4056.
So Mike just pointed out that the pilot that arrived aboard that Embraer Phenom that touched down that biz jet that didn't have their information available. So that pilot had a major Minnesotan accent, don't you know? Then Gordon follows up with, you sure you betcha. Hey, I can make fun of the Minnesota accent because I was born and raised here and I have a right to, okay?
37 at 91, fly runway heading, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff. 5530 Minneapolis, Tower, runway 30 right, line up and wait. Southwest 3468, master ground push, brood on a future left.
We're to push, plan 30 left, Delta 3468. Tower, good afternoon, Delta 1537, visual 30 left.
Delta 1537, Minneapolis, Tower, 128.015, gust 23, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Third land, 30 left, Delta 1537.
5530, turn right heading 340, runway 30 right.
Wow, Gordon. Gordon said the last time I rented a car in Los Angeles was 1983.
Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right.
I was going to rent. Just lost my place in line there with the jet. There we go. So Gordon says I was going to rent a Ford Grenada, or Granada, I think it's pronounced, for $3 a day, or no, for a 3-day weekend, but they offered me a Lincoln Town Car for $5 a day more. What did I do? I think he went with the Town Car.
Runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
187, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa, monitor ground now, 0.8. Delta Papa, 30 right, over to 0.8, Delta 2087. Delta 2654, they did just push off the gate. Once you get down there, you can join Bravo, then taxi and once Israel. We'll join Bravo behind the aircraft that pushed off. Cleared in, Delta 2654.
The 942 Minneapolis Tower Traffic Company bus, 5-mile final, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
Stay left, line up and wait, set up to 942.
Delta 1878, I am going to move you, have you make the left turn on Bravo, and then just hold short at Gulf 2 there. Alright, we will turn left, join Bravo, and short of our Gulf 2 gate, Delta 1878.
Flight 988, turn right heading 340, contact departure.
There goes Shamrock. Aer Lingus is back in the air, headed for Dublin.
Delta 942, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, for takeoff.
UPS 2568 Heavy, under 30 minutes away. Now, above western Wisconsin, they are
runway 30 left for the land.
currently at flight level 270 on the descent.
Southwest 3468, ready to taxi here.
So the 34
Delta 942 now departing to Orlando with a 757.
The 942, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
60, contact departure for Delta 942.
Delta 1553 to Memphis will be our next departure on the south parallel with the 717.
Delta 2122, ready to taxi with Sierra. Delta 2122, running 30 left, taxi via Alpha. 0 left via Alpha, Delta 2122.
Mile final, be ready to go.
Radio
Tower 4005, Minneapolis Tower, wind 29015, gust 23, traffic holds in position, runway 30 right for the land. The 1537, turn right at Delta, no delay off, please contact ground commander.
Household to Delta, call ground Delta 1537.
The 1553, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, over takeoff.
30 left, take off 0 and heading Turn Bravo, Charlie, Charlie 5. I'll have the Ember wait for you at Charlie. Alright, Bravo, Charlie, Charlie 5, Delta 1537. Gas 3820, give way to the Delta bus on Charlie in front of you. Okay, give way to Delta Charlie.
Right. Southwest headed to 30 left. Taxiing on Whiskey, they're headed to Chicago Midway.
I've changed my mind. We'll use Bravo Hotel, runway 4, and Charlie 6 now. Keep everything moving. Alright, Bravo, Charlie, runway 4. Or Bravo Hotel, runway 4, short Charlie, Delta 1537. Runway 4, Charlie 6, just Skywest 3820. Go that way. Delta 298 Heavy is ready to taxi. Delta 298 Heavy, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta and Alpha. Delta Alpha for 30 left, Delta 298 Heavy.
All right, Delta 298 Heavy is ready to start strutting its stuff to 30 left. It's our A330-900 Neo departure to Rome, Italy tonight.
2122, Minneapolis Tower, traffic CRJ 10 mile final, runway 30 left, mile away.
30 left, line for way, Delta 2122.
All right, there's our Rome flight. Just starting its taxi now.
Yep, 30 left it is.
Delta 1026, taxi via.
Delta 1026, running 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left via Alpha, Delta 1026.
All right, our next departure on the south parallel will be Delta 2122. That's the flight that John Logan and I will be taking to Los Angeles when we head out to LAX for our 3-day plane spotting extravaganza.
Ground Sky was 3927, Delta parking Charlie 23. Sky was 3927, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Delta and Papa to your gate, staff behind the heavy. Delta Papa to the gate, behind the heavy, Sky was 3927.
Delta 1537 is going to box 15 now.
Delta 1537, make the right turn, Charlie, and we'll go Charlie 5 into the gate behind the Emperor on Delta.
All right, Charlie 5 into the gate behind the Emperor on Delta, Delta 1537.
Yeah, 3820, make the left turn on Alpha now, you can continue.
Okay, left turn on Alpha, Sky was 3820.
Okay, 39,
Right, Delta 2122
on point 8.
now on the roll to
28,
Los
good day, Sky
Angeles,
37.
California.
That was 4005, turn left to Pop 8, pop to the gate, monitor ground front end. turn left heading 280, Christian fly runway heading runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. Runway heading 30 left, clear for takeoff. Delta 2122, turn left heading 260, contact departure. Left 260, switch to Delta 2122. 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff. West 4264, Mass Tower, runway 30 right, line up and wait.
All right, SkyWest's now departing to Sioux
4024,
Falls.
short of 30 left at Alpha 7, we'll take you to the other side.
Short of 30 left at Alpha 7, Sky 424.
Delta 258 Heavy, once the Ember passes the tail, push is approved for 30 left.
Once the Ember passes their tail, clear to push for 30 left, Delta 258 Heavy.
Delta 4 Reference 10, push is approved. And then, actually no, I'm going to call you back for that.
Copy, 4 Heavy is holding.
Gas 4024, monitor tower now 126.7.
424. 260, Skywest 4056. Skywest 4056, contact departure. And 2 departure, Skywest 4056. Skywest 4264, fly heading 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Delta 2385, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Push approved for 30 left, Delta 2385. Line up and wait. Runway 30 left, Delta 3468.
So the CRJ that just arrived is from Rapid City.
7, cross runway 30 left, left turn on whiskey. Alpha 7, cross 30 left, left turn, whiskey, Sky 424.
At Super Doug 4 Heavy, reference the Gulf 4 push.
All
now
right,
you're
I think
pushing
our
your
Southwest
discretion, and then proceed via
flight
Delta.
to Chicago Midway is next up.
Push
There they
approved.
are, lining up with the
Reference
south
Gulf
parallel.
4 Heavy.
You can kind of see them in the background there.
264, contact departure.
Ground taxi Delta Papa to the gate.
Delta, Papa to the gate, another 5051.
Delta 298 Heavy to Rome is also
Tower Delta
currently
94
waiting in
to
line.
the
There's
visual
another
30 left.
737 that is
Southwest
just
34,
in front of it.
heading 280,
It's
runway
Delta
30 left, clear for takeoff.
30 left,
6
clear
to
for takeoff,
Atlanta.
280 on the heading, Southwest 3468.
So 1026, Maps Tower, runway 30 left, line up and wait, traffic 10 mile final, company 73.
So the 30 left departure queue is steadily
37,
building.
Minneapolis Tower, fly heading 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Also, a quick heads up reminder, our
Yep,
UPS 747 from
pulling into
Louisville
box
tonight at
seven.
747-8. 13 minutes
Delta
away.
258 Heavy,
November
if you could pass
635
on
uniform
pull-
Papa
pull
is the
you-
aircraft assigned
so that Heavy up a Gulf
to
Creek.
this
Keep
evening
moving.
flight from Louisville to Minneapolis for UPS.
27014, gust 21, traffic holds in position, runway 30 left, clear to land. Visual left, clear to land, Delta 942. 1026, turn left, heading 30 left, 30 left, clear left.
534 maps ground push approved, runway 30 left.
Zero left, line up and wait.
Let's wait, third left Delta 298 Heavy.
All right, our departure to Atlanta
turn left,
is
heading 260.
now
contact
currently on the
departure.
roll. Delta 298 Heavy to Rome with the A330-900 Neo. Instructed to line up and wait.
The 345 Whiskey Papa is 10 mile visual over 30 left. November 345 Whiskey Papa, Mayhaps Tower 127015, gust 21. Traffic will hold in position, runway 30 left, clear to land. 5 Whiskey Papa, clear to land, 30 left.
Heavy Alpha. Alpha 30 left, Delta 28. Mayhaps ground Delta 1878 headed to Gulf 2 now. Have a good day.
1026, turn left, heading 260, contact departure. 1260 over departure, Delta 1026.
All right, everybody. Here's 298 Heavy now departing for Rome.
So who can now tell the difference between an A330 that has Pratt & Whitney, GE, or Trent engines?
Departure 298, have a good day. Super Doug, 4 Heavy, you can start cutting the corner.
Cutting the corner, 4 Heavy.
Just watch it, that's all. You should be clear though.
For Charlie, contact ground on point manner.
And in case you haven't already mentioned it, Alex, 258 is on the move too.
That's right.
Delta 3820, turn left, heading 280, runway 30 left. Clear for takeoff.
Takeoff on the 30 left, left turn to 30,
And our queen is getting closer with UPS. 8
Runway
minutes.
30 left, clear to land.
Little land, 30 left, Delta 1101.
I want to say that's our Dublin flight down there.
4, short of Charlie 6.
Yeah.
Bravo Hotel on to runway 4.
Yep, and indeed it is.
Charlie 6, Delta 942.
Yep, 258 to Dublin has pushed, so I think they're about to start their taxi if they haven't already.
Ground Delta 258, how are you ready to taxi with Sierra?
Delta 258 Heavy, and increase left taxi.
Delta 3820, turn left, heading 260, contact departure.
Heading 260, departure, good night, Coast 30 Wing. Got 4299, maps got push approved, let me know when you're ready for that cross, please.
Yeah,
2278, running 3's right, taxi, get Delta pop up.
127017, gust 23, traffic will hold in position, runway 30 left for the land. Gulfstream 5 Whiskey Papa, turn left at Whiskey 7, or actually turn left at Delta, never lay off, traffic 2 behind you, left on Whiskey to signature, monitor point 9er.
Okay, mark point 9 off at Delta, go to signature, fire, push them up today. Just taxi Charlie 6 and then pass behind that outbound into the gate. Charlie 6 out, let them out, and then we'll go in. Fox 3's up 914, thank you. Ground Delta 574. Yeah, Delta 574. Hey, be advised, we got just a slight maintenance problem. We're going to have to either sit here or go somewhere to troubleshoot it, get it away. You're fine where you are right now, but you can move if I need you to. Okay, we'll stay put for 574. Yeah, depending on what you do with these other guys, say you thread them out here, let us know for 574. Yeah, the only thing is, as long as your tail's not blocking Papa is all I'm worried about right now. Yeah, appreciate stuff 574. We don't believe it is, but it's hard to tell from where we're at.
All right, we got an inbound 757 coming in from Orlando, Delta Flight 1101.
4024 Minneapolis Tower, traffic CRJ 4.5 mile final.
So I wonder how many of those people on board that are returning that went to Disney got pictures with Minnie and Mickey Mouse.
Hey, don't forget Universal Orlando Resort down there.
Exactly. We were actually pass holders there. Looking for a Halloween event, Alex. Horror Nights. Halloween Horror Nights. HHN.
Delta 2954, push approved after guy parks at Fox 3 for 30 right, Delta 2954.
Super Doug 8, mail ground, proceed via Bravo. 2931, runway 30 left, taxi via Papa Charlie and Alpha. And actually just face Papa for now, I'm going to have to wait for one.
Alright, 30 left via Papa, Delta.
Yeah, should just turn around, face Papa for now, Delta 2931.
We'll just face Papa
and if I'm looking at some of the emails that I've had come recently correctly, this coming weekend, Alex, is the 5K on the runway at Tampa International Airport.
1101 maps ground.
And I did that before I left and came back. You are literally out on the airfield doing that event on one of the runways. The runway that they have that goes more east-west. I'm not sure what the numbers of that runway are, but yeah. An interesting setting to say the least to get to do a 5K.
Delta 2278 so far, looks good. Okay.
Got 4299, go ahead and start that. 2713, Minneapolis ground, push is approved, pull to the top of the alley, Fox 5 is going to push behind you.
Alright, clear to push, top of the alley, Delta 2713.
Looks like our next departure that's going to get out ahead of our flight to Dublin.
At the tunnel, you can text
Delta 2385. Guess where that one's going, RJ?
Is it Tampa?
Yes, it is.
Well, that, with the time of the day being what it is, that's I think when I've come up here, this is the flight I went back on. Has a later arrival in down on that end.
278 maps ground, taxi via Papa. And yeah, Papa short of Charlie for now, across runway 22.
Delta 2385, wind 280,
Delta Aviator 777, thanks for tuning in today.
Runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Where's Delta 258? Well,
Denver 4925, Minneapolis.
There it is.
2017, traffic hold in position, runway 30 left, clear to land.
I think they are second in line for departure. Also, a few minutes away, we have our UPS 747-8 that's coming in from Louisville, Kentucky.
Yep. She's down to 3 minutes.
Taxi via Delta and short of Quebec.
So
We're not going to get a close mic taxi, but they could, and more than likely, I think they might go for the exit off of runway 422. They will use the crosswind runway to taxi to Tango, where they will head to their ramp. The 747-8 is actually too large to navigate taxiway Mike.
There, 5104 maps ground, taxi via Papa to the gate.
There's our Delta departure to Tampa, RJ.
278, continue via Papa to the gate.
Well, heading down to my old stomping grounds. Everybody on board, have a great flight going down and enjoy your time down there while you're there. If you're going down to visit or vacation, and if you're returning home, all the best. Called that area home for 39 years before making the move back.
258 heavy.
Taxi via Papa.
Looks like they are lining up with the south parallel, so they'll be thundering off into the wild blue yonder here in a couple minutes. Our UPS 747 is also getting super close. Delta Aviator 777, what's your favorite airline? Well, out of the U.S. carriers, it's unquestionably Delta. And I speak from experience. Now, I haven't flown on a whole lot of airlines, so you'll have to ask a seasoned jet setter or travel enthusiast that question to get a better scope of which ones that offer services they prefer more.
And I'll call you back.
The Queen is in sight.
Ground up 574, right, continue to taxi tank. Delta 574, 30 left, taxi via Quebec, Charlie Alpha.
Quebec, Charlie Alpha for Delta 574.
Here comes 258.
So 2437, are you up?
I just came up right now, park in Park 5.
Okay, right turn on Papa, runway 22, short of Charlie 6.
Right turn on Papa, taxi on 22 and short
Delta 2773, once that traffic parks at Charlie 7, continue via Quebec, Charlie Alpha. Okay, once that company parks at Charlie 7, we'll continue to left via Quebec, Charlie Alpha, Delta 2773. Delta 2713 is ready to taxi. 2713, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa.
David Hermanson says, Dave from Hudson, check it in. Love the channel. Ready for the A330 to Dublin. Well, there you go. We just got the departure of Delta 258. So great to have you on board today, David. Happy Wednesday.
All right, Alex, Queen is next to touchdown.
I was gonna say, I think that looks like our 747.
Yep, I'm gonna
25, turn right at Delta, contact ground on point 9.
leave you just to go over here to the picnic table. I want to catch your arrival.
You do.
All right, everybody. So RJ's gonna get some photos and videos.
2274, visual 30 left.
2274, Minneapolis Tower, 6 in travel, the heavy 747, caution wake turbulence, wind 28016, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Hey, clear to land, 30 left, 2274.
So here we go, everybody. The Queen of the Skies has arrived from Louisville, Kentucky. UPS 2568 Heavy is here.
Delta 2773, and you can taxi around the company from the way, right 30 left via Quebec, Charlie Alpha.
Quebec, Charlie Alpha.
A mile and a half. Joining the north parallel is a CRJ climbing out of 3,300 descending.
We got to say thanks, 2274.
In the Charlie gate.
Alright, give way to the aircraft at our nose. Once we got to pop it up, we come in.
Solid.
Now Delta 2607 taxi.
Delta 2607, roger, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left via Alpha to 2607.
Skytrack for 1 Minneapolis ground taxi via Papa.
Ground Delta 2954, taxi Tango.
Delta 2954, roger, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa.
30 right via Delta Papa, Delta 2954.
Delta 2437, the company's outbound there from the bottom of the alley behind them, taxi via Charlie 6 ramp.
Alright, behind the outbound 73 Charlie 6 to the ramp, Delta 2437.
2145 taxi.
Delta 2145, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha behind company off of your right there.
Give way to the 73 off the right, 30 left via Alpha, Delta 2145.
Got time 44, yeah, showing Quebec today.
RCC Heavy, Commander 29er, as you go, see ya. 29er, see ya.
Delta 2954, pass behind company on Quebec, it'll be right to left, C series.
Pass behind company on Quebec at Delta 2954.
Delta 2246, Minneapolis ground, your pushback is approved, 30 left.
Pushback approved, 30 left, Delta. Alright, you guys low.
2 mile final, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Turn 280, clear for takeoff, 30 left, Delta 2931.
30 left, taxi via Whiskey.
30 left via Whiskey. Might have actually listened to you.
Delta 2954, actually, just grab you. Air Force 6, 93 Minneapolis ground taxi.
Well, that's what we call a full send. They went the whole length of runway 30 left.
Delta 4256, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta and Whiskey.
That is so cool.
Delta 7.
Delta 2607, roger, hold for the runway 30 left, size ready.
I'm looking on hold short of 30 left, Delta 2607.
Delta 2931, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
So RJ, we have to do an instant replay of this, but holy cow, they really flew the nose on arrival.
Turn left is join Alpha at the tunnel.
Turn left and join Alpha tunnel, Delta.
So RJ, check this out. We're going to go back to our instant replay here to take another look at this.
Bravo, Delta 2773.
So watch this as they came in.
Ground Delta 2274 is pulling off 30 left, parking at Gulf 21.
Delta 2274, Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha, just 2 minutes behind company out the right there. They'll be joining in front of you.
A bit of a bounce there, I think, towards the end, too. How awesome.
Oh, it's always an honor and privilege to get to see that airplane. That was my dad's livelihood.
You know what? We're going to go ahead and see it again.
And my uncle, too.
Look at that. That's why we have the instant replay. We don't show it as much when we have a north flow, when traffic is further away from us. Pretty smooth touchdown, but look at that.
River 4693, same for you. You can side step to Quebec when able.
How neat. And then, of course, they went all the way down to taxiway Yankee to get to where they need to go.
Push approved 30 left, 2107.
United 1237, Minneapolis ground push is approved for 30
Well,
left.
that for
Push
sure.
approved for 30 left, United 1237.
That is certainly going to be added to our spotting mixtape.
And all the viewers in the chat sending out the 7-4 emojis.
So it'll be added to our highlights mixtape tonight.
And Rosie, yeah, dwarfs everything around it. That's the airplane that my dad was flying up until the end of his career. Of course, an earlier variant of it. Same with my uncle when he retired at 60. Back in the days where my uncle and my dad were flying, Northwest was flying the 74-100 and 200 variants. For the days of the 400.
Well, I think that was the highlight of the day, without a question.
And I know I hadn't timed it to be out here to help you to get to see them come in here, but I said, it'll work out one of these days when I'm able to, be out here. Of course, for me, it's just easier when the weather gets a little bit warmer.
West 280, come takeoff, 30 left, up 2607.
1083, runway 30 left, line of white, traffic 734 mile final, be ready to go.
The Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha. Good night, Delta 605.
Delta 65, actually, gate might be occupied. Just, you guys join Bravo. Hold short of the tunnel for now. Let me know I got something different.
Okay, we'll let you know. We'll join Bravo here and short of the tunnel, 605. Delta 756,
Delta 756, runway 30 left, taxi vehicle back to Charlie Alpha.
Quebec Charlie and Alpha, 30 left, Delta 76.
Turn 83 at the departure end, turn left heading 280, expect another turn, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Departure left heading
2607, 280 heading, contact departure.
Well, I'm heading, going to departure, Delta 2607.
Here we go. We got a departure on the north side. This is Delta 2151 that was headed to Portland.
Line away 30 left, Delta 2145.
So another thing I'll send out as it relates to the 7-4 that's just come in. For those who may not know, the actual first ever 7-4 that was built, the prototype is at the Museum of Flight out in Seattle.
30 left, cleared line up 1701. Okay, 30 left via Charlie 5.
So if you're ever out in that area and have the opportunity, go check it out.
United 1237.
Because I know we did once after
Zone 83,
the last time we were out and did an Alaska cruise. We specifically made plans and allowed for the opportunity to go check that museum out. And of course, Alex, the one thing that Mom told me is I was literally standing right underneath the nose of that airplane. Took a very special person to be able to fly that airplane. My uncle was one, my dad was another, and it's because that airplane is so big.
Okay, very good. We'll stand by.
Delta 1059, pass behind the United out of the alley. It'll be right to left onto Charlie 5.
All right, now our departure's moving. It took a little bit for it to start to roll, but here they come.
Okay, aircraft off our left. We'll wait for United 1237.
This Airbus A321neo is headed to San Diego.
574, wind 270 at 13. Company traffic approaching a 2-mile final. Turn left heading 280 left.
Delta 2941, right 30 right, taxi via pop. Pop 30 right, Delta 2941.
So Gordon, you're getting a little bit of a rain shower over where you are. We were in the forecast for getting some here, but not to be today.
Thankfully.
Yes.
Ground Delta 2107, taxi.
Cirrus Delta Flight 1701, inbound from Harlingen, Texas.
Additional traffic. That's my company right to left on Quebec. That's my company right to left. Left on a point 42. Bravo, then just rejoin Alpha behind that, after that Delta. I'm just getting all the way around.
Okay, you want us to turn on to Bravo and then rejoin Alpha, confirm?
1230, yeah. Once you're clear of the arrival there, you can just rejoin Alpha.
Okay, Bravo until we're clear of the arrival, then rejoin Alpha, United 1237.
turn right at Charlie if you got it. If not, runway 4, contact ground point 9.
Turn 4, ground point 9, Delta 1701.
The 574, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Left turn 260, departure, good day, Delta 574. Left up. Delta 1701 exiting on runway 4, we're headed to Charlie 11. Delta 17 Minneapolis ground taxi via runway 4 and Papa. Runway 4, then Papa to the gate, Delta 1701.
Left Papa way.
Runway 30 left, Delta 2773.
All right, so our departures are going to continue to shuffle out of MSP. Now it's Southwest's turn.
Headed to Denver.
Delta 1701, turn right on, Quebec to the gate. Right turn Quebec to the gate, 1701.
Left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear takeoff, 30 left, left turn 280, Delta
Southwest 4256, turn left heading
2773 off to San Antonio, Texas. Behind them, Delta 2246 off to Las Vegas.
Delta 881, Minneapolis ground. Wait for a company Airbus to pass behind you on Alpha, then your push is through for 30. You can have the left if you like, or the right. Delta 605, and you gate taxi will be pushing here in about 20 seconds. I'll just hold you there.
No contact departure.
That's departing A220, aka the whale bus, or sometimes as I like to call Wookiee, as in Star Wars, and Chewbacca, headed down to San Antonio. Delta 2773.
Just be thankful I don't have the Wookiee sound on our sound pad.
Yeah, that might be a good thing because you know me, I'd be probably touching it every time we got an A220.
I think we all would be tempted to play that sound effect every time we saw
Yeah, may the force be with us.
Wookie buzz.
Let them start their push, and then if you're able, reference your pushback is approved.
So Star Wars Day, May the 4th.
Be with you.
May the 4th be with you.
Yep.
It's coming up next month. For all the Star Wars fans like myself out there. Then, of course, Revenge of the 5th. To play on one of the prequel movies called Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. That's the day that we leave for Los Angeles. John, Logan, and I. So we all get out of here on May 5th.
So, Alex, is John going to fly standby with you and Logan?
That is the plan.
Okay.
Delta 2297, Minneapolis ground. And company's behind you. I got hold of for another 2 minutes there. So reference them when able, you push back is approved for 30.
Heading 280, runway 20 left, takeoff.
280, clear takeoff, 30 left,
2264 on the 280 heading, contact departure.
Delta 2246. Up a bit here, just to get a push back behind you. So just join
Delta 756 to San Francisco. That is our next departure for Delta.
Okay, up Bravo.
On 30 left.
605, thanks.
Super 8, ready to go?
Super 8, so via Bravo.
Via Bravo, Super 8.
Turn left heading 260, that me.
We'll stay with you all the way to 260, Delta 756.
That is 1237, Minneapolis Tower, 1280.
Have a great flight to San Francisco, Delta 756.
Line up and wait. So you're ready to go. I'm going to get one more out behind you.
Okay, line up and wait. 30 left, United 1237.
So 756, contact departure.
Roger, good day, 756. See you.
AC-93, turn right at Charlie, contact ground on point 9er.
Right at Charlie, over to point 9er, Delta 1893, good day.
Okay. At 1237, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Left turn 280, clear for takeoff, 30 left, United 1237.
Delta 2107, runway 30 left, line up and wait, traffic, Airbus 4 mile final, be ready to go.
Able, copy all, Delta 1893.
turn left heading 280, traffic approaching a 2.5 mile final, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
30 left, clear for takeoff, heading 280, Delta 2174. Delta 1, right 30 left, taxi Alpha. Left 260, departure, United 1237.
Ground over 2167.
Back right now, full trip Charlie 6 on Charlie.
Order Charlie 6 on Charlie, Delta Fox 7.
The 2107, having that turn for you shortly. Delta 1888, turn right at runway 4, contact ground point 9er.
Right at runway 4, ground point 9, Delta 1888. Good night.
Delta 2107,
So this is another arrival from Cancun.
Heading 260, departure Delta
Delta
2107.
1888. So they must run, what, maybe a couple flights down there per day and back? I know I was looking in on it as it relates to my friend and her husband going down to Cabo. Delta flies twice daily, at least at this time of the year, between here and Cabo.
Minneapolis ground pushback is approved
So I
for
was,
30, right?
of course, sharing that, yeah, I can
30 right, Delta 29.
go nonstop out of here to go down to see him, but of course I'm not doing that this time around. But she did tell me one thing, Alex, when I was getting ready to leave Florida to come back up here, is that one of these times I need to
heading 300,
Yeah.
300,
I need to fly down to Cabo to meet her and her husband. And I mentioned that again as we were talking the other night prior to their departure. Yeah, they have a connection with somebody I think they know that has a condo down there in that area. So this is what they get away and do at this time every year. Because the access that they have to those accommodations. So, of course, yeah, they're paying for it, but you know, it's there. So. And I've been in and out of there, what, maybe about 3 times or so with the cruising that we did. And of course, this is gonna get a little funny, Alex. I lost a pair of prescription sunglasses there once on a way runner.
2297, ready tech.
Delta 2297.
They got knocked off my head, even though I was slowing down to accommodate some waves from one of the incoming tenders from one of the ships there that day.
All right, 2297, behind company taxi,
And I
runway 30
still
Alpha
had
Delta,
it just wrong, and
2297.
I got wet and was bye-bye glasses.
Ground Delta 2268, uniform taxi.
Delta 268, right 30 left taxi via Delta Alpha.
Delta Alpha 30 left, Delta 2268.
This is Delta 2167, behind the company taxi via Charlie 6.
Yeah, behind the company, we'll taxi via Charlie 6, Delta 2167.
Contact departure, good night.
Departure Delta 881.
Delta 1888, do you have a ground crew there?
Yeah, about 2 of them, but we might be waiting here just a few more minutes, Delta 1888.
2268, correction, continue straight ahead there, sir. Cross right 30 left at Delta and join Whiskey.
Cross 30 left at Delta, join Whiskey.
Wally Burham, so great to see you today. Yeah, I know. Mother Nature has finally cooperated for us.
That's cruiser, finally here, Delta 8.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to zoom out to show you the cloud cover that is often on its way out of the region here, looks like. Well, at least our neck of the woods. So it was cloudy for a fair bit of our stream today, but boy, have the skies opened up for some gorgeous evening golden hour plane spotting from MSP. So delighted to have all of you guys on board today. Alex Redding, RJ Bean. I didn't think we were going to get the clouds clearing out like they did today, but I'm certainly glad they did. And of course, it was in time for our UPS 747 arrival too. I think the timing worked out pretty perfect for that. Dream Spinner 3MN. Hey, thanks so much for the kudos. I'm trying to make everything look and sound good here, so good to know that it's being received well on the other end.
Ground Delta 2962, right there.
Delta 2962, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
30 right via Papa, Delta 2962.
All right, more Sun Country on the way in. This is Sun Country Flight 216 that's coming in from Tampa, Florida.
Ooh, another one.
And another one.
2297 master traffic, turn about a 15-mile funnel, runway 30 left, line up point.
I think I had to squeeze in my pop culture reference for the day. You guys can figure it out.
Well, both Sun Country and Delta have, I think, mostly run their flights between the two at very similar times of the day.
216, turn left, you got Delta, turn left there, taxi to the gate, just monitor ground and point enter, see you.
Left Delta to the gate, monitor point 9er, Sun Country 216, thanks.
So I think I would say, you know, within an hour, there's a flight, both Sun Country and Delta, that will go between, you know, here in Tampa or Tampa back up here, and it's not uncommon and actually quite likely that it's the same aircraft that when it goes down from here, it turns around and comes right back. And of course, for those that may not be aware, when it comes to Delta and the routes and the flights that they operate between here and Tampa, those were originally Northwest routes.
1810 Abs, air traffic's in position. The winds are 25011, runway 30 left, clear to land. Turn left, heading 260. 260 is your new heading, contact departure. We'll see you.
That departing 75 is off to Phoenix, a former Northwest Red Tail Delta 2297.
Turn left, heading 260. 260 for Delta 2297, in contact departure. We'll see you. 260,
And evidently, Alex, we got a little bit of conversation going on in the chat in regards to trying to add the Wookiee sound from Chewbacca.
Look at that. Back-to-back 757 takeoffs.
Oh, where's this one going?
Super Duck 4, Minneapolis ground, pushbacks approved.
They are headed down to Fort Myers, Alex.
2268, turn left, heading 260, 260, contact departure, good night.
260, switching departure, good night, Delta 2268. Hotel Delta
1771 Mass Tower, the winds are 260 to 12, runway 30 left, clear to line.
Mike Flack, 98. Thanks so much for the $2 super chats. Thank you for the stream. Well, you bet. It's a great day to go plane spotting. I mean, minus the little cold and cloudy stretch that we had kind of in the middle of our show, but it has really been nice out this evening.
It hasn't been too bad. The wind has kind of come and gone. It could be worse. It has died down noticeably.
Yeah, ever since that cold front finished moving through, I think our winds have been a lot tamer.
1858 is making a left turn here on the pop. We're parking Golf 6 today.
258, Scott Roger, you taxi to the Mike Hotel.
So it's going to get a little
Bravo,
chilly here
runway
over the
4.
next couple of
Mike
days,
Hotel
but we are
Bravo,
going to
copy,
bounce
4,
back
Bravo,
quite
18.
rapidly. It's going to be 70, expectedly
Ground,
around
heavy,
70 on
code.
Sunday, and then
Super four,
Monday it's going to be
LVL.
even warmer into the mid to upper
Up to the
70s
base, full heavy.
with sunny weather. I am really looking forward to that, RJ.
Yeah, me too. Winter is not listening to me, and spring isn't far behind. Go away. We want some warmer weather now.
Well, thankfully, we're going to get that on the horizon. So the aircraft that operated Delta 170 Heavy from Seoul that we saw arrive just earlier in the show is being towed away. I think they're going to take it to parking where it's going to sit overnight. Out of curiosity, I'm going to see what November 576 Delta Zulu is doing tomorrow. Yep, so they are going to go over to the hangar or by the hangar to park because tomorrow they will be out of here for Tokyo. So they will be operating this particular aircraft will be assigned to flight 121
Just monitor ground on point enters
to
you're going
Tokyo
to.
Haneda.
Alpha to G3, monitor ground point 9, Delta 1810.
Oh, and of course, as it relates, Alex, the conversation that's kind of developed a little bit about the Wookiee sound being an option for us to use during the stream. Did you see what Steve says? He says, Alex, if you get the Wookiee sound effect, you know RJ would wear it out. Well, no, I'll behave. So
yeah, we're not going to add that because of copyright reasons.
Yeah. And as it relates to, for those that may not know, I'm actually not even a member of the channel because you know if I was, I'd be flashing the red tail all the time. Because I don't even have access to them. And that's okay. I contribute in other ways to the channel.
Company heavy inbound, reference them, you can proceed
So,
to the,
Alex, I'm sure you've seen the line of clouds that have developed to the west of us.
Ooh, yeah, that's a pretty interesting picture. Look at this.
So there isn't anything going on with that, is there? Where's Harrison when we need him?
I know, right? Should give him a call.
I actually don't have his number.
Yeah, this is exactly what RJ is talking about. So we have a line of cloud cover that is developing off to our west. That's a pretty cool picture, though. I mean, when you look at it from a wide-angle perspective.
Turn here, Delta. We're going to Golf 9, Delta 7071.
Okay, Alpha the G9 for the Delta 1771. You can do the monitor ground on point 9 as you go in. See ya.
Alrighty, Alpha G9 monitor point 9, Delta 1771. Good night.
Well, and there goes our sun.
Yep. Well, the thing is, Alex, not only is it going behind the clouds, but it's also about to go behind the FedEx building behind us. So as it goes behind the cloud, it doesn't have much further to go before it's also behind the building too. So if you didn't get it, if you didn't lose it because of the clouds, you're about to lose it because of the building. So either way, she's going to be a goner for the day until she comes up again in the morning.
Delta 1771 after the tunnel, just join
All right,
Bravo.
so this is
gauge,
the
just in case there's no crew. The nose to nose
extreme wide angle.
Bravo after the tunnel here, Delta 1771.
This is as wide as the camera will zoom out. You can see that cloud cover rolling in from the west.
Thanks, Moose. We got a little bit of a weather forecast from him. He says there's rain in the St. Cloud area moving north-northeast all the way to International Falls, not coming anywhere to the metro.
Well, thankfully we don't have to worry about the rain, correct?
Company head departing
No.
at Golf 9 around the inner. You can proceed via Alpha and Delta.
I would not want to be out here if it was going to do that with these temperatures.
So there's the aircraft that operated Delta 170 Heavy, that A350. It's getting put to bed.
Somebody going to read her a bedtime story?
Nah.
She's a big girl.
I wonder if they're going to stuff that 350 in the hangar. Because one of the hangar doors is propped open. I don't think that they will, but we'll see.
As I've been kind of looking over there, I think that those doors have been open like that for a little bit already. So unless if they were actually going to do that, they just got to wait and open them up more.
Nice job on the landing for Sun Country 106. Taxi via Delta. You can just monitor ground at point 9 as you go in. See ya.
That's our friend Joe.
Yeah, that's our friend Joe Check.
Sun Country 106, everyone. Yep.
Joe usually works the late shift.
Boss calling, you're pretty quiet, ready to taxi. Just taking the call sign.
King Air 93 Alpha Mike ready to taxi.
King 93 Alpha Mike and Roger. Runway 30 left, taxi via Whiskey.
Love via Whiskey, 93 Alpha Mike.
Ground ISO 656, stand Hotel 6, request push and start, and we are requesting runway 30 left.
ICE 656 and standby 1 second, okay?
Hotel 6, ISO 656.
All right, we're going to get Iceland Air departing here pretty soon. So there they are over at Terminal 2. The jet bridge has been pulled back. on our 737 MAX 9.
656, wait for or give way to that Sun Country off your left to park at Hotel 7, so don't block them. Your pushback is approved, and then you can expect runway 30 left.
Alright, just give way to the Sun Country at Hotel 7 and then push start approach direction 656.
Figure 3 Alpha Mike, you can monitor tower on 126.7. Good day.
Looks like we've got some construction work going on in the background. Just behind our Iceland Air flight. Cleared to push for runway 30 left. It's kind of a toss-up on the arrival end of our Iceland Air flights. Most of the time, they like to prefer the north side, but on the departure end, it's typically a preference for runway 12 right or 30 left, just because it is quicker for them to make that taxi out to departure. That's less fuel they need to burn. There's a crane on the move in the background, too. I think they were lifting like a generator part or something back there.
Oh, yeah.
This is just about a minute ago.
Yeah, when I was looking over there at that crane earlier, yeah, they were lifting and moving something. And it was squarish in shape, of course.
Well, they've made outstanding progress on the Terminal 2 construction, especially the expansion project. So I think Iceland, they're going to wait for Sun Country. They are just about ready to push back.
The winds are 260 and 11. Runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to landing. It's at 244.
Also want to bring up the super chat on screen from earlier. Thanks so much. Mike Fleck, 98s for the $2 super chat. I'm trying to get it up here. McGonigal says,
Figure 3 Alpha Mike on the
I love Sun
310
Country.
contact
I'll
departure.
miss them.
Next stop at him. I'll see you.
I'll miss them too.
Happy to be here. Nice Alpha Mike, have a good one.
So Icy is now pushing to make her way back to Reykjavik.
Southwest 467, 30 left. Southwest 467 maps, the winds are 250 at 9 gusting to 18, runway 30 left, clear to land.
And if you don't mind a connection in Reykjavik, that's another option to get to Europe from here. Had the opportunity to spend time with a high school classmate of mine last summer, who's now living in Oslo.
Sorry, second, I missed it.
And when she came over, because this is, you know, home turf from her where she was born and raised, because obviously, yes, we were classmates, she flew over on Iceland Air, this exact same flight coming over, Oslo to Reykjavik, and then connected to this flight when it came over to here. And then this is how she went back. She went back the same way. This same departure out of here. I know we streamed that day, and I gave her a shout out. She later on responded back to me because she saw it.
Yep.
And then, you know, she had her connection back in Reykjavik, and then made their way back to Oslo from there. So going that route meant, you know, met their needs, you know, to get over here. Although I'm not sure. I wouldn't know what the traffic is in and out of Oslo as far as, you know, international transatlantic flights to the U.S. So I would not know what there is. But either way, just going that route is what worked for them.
I know that some of my extended family has actually taken Icelandair to get to Europe, actually, to get to Norway. So they flew Icelandair en route to, I think, Oslo.
Okay, so where my friend is. Or
Yeah, but their final destination was actually Tromsø, Norway, which is just north of the Arctic Circle.
Oh, okay.
Transcon 794 maps for the
So south and north cap, but north of the circle. Because I've been up there.
Yeah, we have some family friends that live in Tromsø, Norway.
That's up there.
They've been trying to get us to go up to Tromsø, Norway for years. But the cost barrier, I think, was kind of one of those factors that discouraged my family from doing so. Of course, I really want to visit Norway at least once. I mean, there's a lot of places I love to visit, but go visit some family, friends in Norway, that would be really special.
Well, of course, it'd probably be more ideal to do it in the summer.
Oh, 100%.
Yep, obviously. Because I know that the 2 times that we did the cruise going up to Nordkapp and back was in the summer. And we were so far north that the sun didn't set. And the weather's going to be kind of like this. You know, cooler on the, you know, can be on the windier side. Especially the further north you go.
Southwest 467, turn left and taxi via Charlie Tango to the gate, monitor ground on point 9. Have a good day.
Charlie Tango gate, monitor point 9, Southwest 467, good night.
Southwest 467 arriving from Chicago Midway with the 737 MAX 8.
Ground, I said 656, taxi.
Right there, 656, runway 30 left, taxi via Charlie 2, Charlie Whiskey.
Taxi Charlie 2, Charlie Whiskey to runway 30 left, taxi 656.
Clear to land.
30 left, clear land, up to 1
All right, Icelandair 656. They are now on the move.
Now, of course, too, Alex, as well, Iceland is very interesting to explore, too. With everything that's there.
Wind at 250 at 7, runway 30 right, clear to land.
Yeah, Iceland is a beautiful country.
38, visual 30 left.
The 2238 Minneapolis Tower, wind at 250 at 7, runway 30 left.
Yeah, we did an overnight there once during one of our transatlantic cruises. So we had, you know, roughly about a day and a half of shore excursions that we could have booked off the ship, or, you know, I'm sure some people do them independently. to explore that
critical area.
that island country.
Hold short, can you confirm? I-656.
I-656, when you're on Whiskey downfield, hold short of the ILS critical area.
Hold short of the ILS area, I-656.
And they rely so heavily, of course, on the geothermal energy.
I-606, give way to a BizJet exiting at Delta.
Give way at Delta, I-656.
You're right, they're waiting for you.
We're going left there in Delta, Whiskey.
Got 794, monitor ground on point 9, have a good night.
Should we watch the ice and air take off and then go? You want to stay? Alright, grab it, fine. You like this?
Number 5121 Minneapolis Tower. Traffic inside of a 2-mile final and Embraer. Wind at 250 runway 30 right. Clear to land.
So Iceland Air headed out to runway 30 left. It's also a notable flight for us today. Great to see that they have got the clearance to depart on the south parallel.
Traffic 5 mile final.
Now it's way off in the distance, but I think I see our A350 that is going to go to bed and then get up tomorrow to take charge of Delta 121 Heavy to Tokyo.
So we need to make sure she sets her alarm.
I think Delta Tech Ops will have to worry about that. I see the Sky Team tail also back over just across the way here. I'm going to pan to the right, but yeah, can you see it?
Oh, she's hiding.
I spy a Sky Team tail.
Is that the 7-3?
Yep, one of them.
25 maps, contact CP at Delta to the gate.
Interesting, okay.
Good eye.
I'm dialed in. We're going to get some more sunshine here poking through because I see a break in the clouds off to our west.
Well, as much as it's such a pretty sight to see the sun reflecting off the bottoms of the clouds, I have a feeling that the sun itself is too low in the sky to get any more from it.
That's okay.
But yeah.
Gorgeous sunset.
And how about this this launch from the Space Center down in Florida, east of Orlando, with the Artemis 2? So they've they're on their way back. They're going to splash down off the California coast off of San Diego Friday evening.
Chase Tuna 9 says, fell asleep and just got here. Saw our UPS flight was delayed a bit. Did we get a nice taxi view or did it run to the end of 30 left? It bolted to the end of 30 left. We got a full send from our 747-8s. They held the nose up a little bit too after the main gear touchdown on 30 left, which is kind of neat. It was a smooth landing, which is something also important to note. It was a smooth landing.
238, turn right, contact ground point 9er.
Turn right, ground point 9, Delta 2238.
And I thought for darn sure that they were gonna slow down, taxi on runway 422 to Tango to the ramp, but nope, they went all the way to the end of 30 lefts. Took Yankee and then Tango
Flight 0656, roger.
to their ramp.
Heading, runway 30 left, clear for immediate takeoff. Traffic 3 mile final.
So I very much enjoyed our 747 visit today. I enjoyed the 747-400 appearance yesterday.
3970, Roger. Continue via
All right,
Papa.
looks like Icy is down at the end of 30 left.
And we'll get you in as soon as we can.
And she might be doing a turn and
Yeah,
burn.
Papa, double back on flight short of 79.
Yep.
Next, if you can continue
I
down.
think that's what they did. Iceland Air headed back to Reykjavik with the MAX 9.
Okay, we'll plan on that. Let's go 3970. Yeah, just let me know if it is open. Roger. Train 345 Whiskey Bravo, Minneapolis ground runway 30 left taxi via Whiskey.
Whiskey 30 left. 345 spot.
340, contact departure, rise 656.
There you go. There's the right turn heading 340 on the standard instrument departure out of here, bound for Reykjavik. I hope everyone's able to enjoy the flight tonight. I hope they have a wonderful trip to Reykjavik.
The 1474, turn right at Delta, contact ground up point enter.
Delta, ground point enter. Delta.
There's a look at the aircraft viewing area tonight. Still quite a few folks in the parking lot, although inside their cars huddled up just because it's a little windy out here, a little bit chilly.
Ground, Delta,
But it's also super convenient, and that's what we love about the viewing area. You can just pull up right in your car and watch the aircraft arrive and depart, what have you. And this is really convenient, especially in the wintertime.
Delta and Quebec to the gate, Delta 4 for 1474. Thank you. Tower Delta 1934 over Nitro 30 left.
Delta 1934, Minneapolis Tower, wind at 2507, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 30 left, Delta 1934.
Australian 5 Whiskey Papa, monitor tower 126.7.
Was that for 5 Papa?
Australian 5 Whiskey Papa, affirmative, monitor tower 126.7. I'll get you on shortly.
167, thanks.
Gulfstream 345, Whiskey Papa, Minneapolis Tower, are you ready? I have traffic on about a 4-mile final, so you can be ready right away. Gulfstream 5, Whiskey Papa, perfect. Turn left heading to 80, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. Traffic 4-mile final.
30 left, takeoff. Let's stop.
All right, RJ, I think it is time
Tug 8, push and reposition
for
via
our
Bravo.
runway recap.
Push and repo via Bravo.
Sounds like a
Since our
plan.
last notable flight before sunset has
1683,
departed.
runway 30 left, taxi via
Starting to
Alpha.
get to be that time, too. So are you guys ready for a runway recap?
Yeah, there's always that point in time where we got to think about being the time of the day that it is and closing time.
Absolutely. So here we go. Here's our runway recap for today. And it started with some excellent sunshine and the departure of KLM 250 Heavy with a 787 to Amsterdam. So it's going to be an exciting thing to have KLM a constant fixture on our Wednesday shows. And boy, was it gusty throughout the day today. I said at the opening, I said in my opening monologue to start the broadcast, welcome to the Gust Bowl. It was windy today. Delta 152 getting airborne. They would head off to Paris with the A330-300. And then Delta 160 Heavy as the clouds started to roll in. We had some overcast conditions kind of midway through our show, especially when Delta 160 took off with the A350 for Amsterdam.
Contact departure.
Then we had some more international arrivals. Delta 165 Heavy, really liking the third Amsterdam service that Delta is running now from the spring through the summer and maybe even into parts of fall. So it's great to see that that third service with the big A330s will be on the regular, and that's daily. Then Delta 170 Heavy made its way in from Seoul, South Korea. Getting knocked around a little bit with the wind on final approach, but a nice smooth touchdown nonetheless. They floated just a little bit until they firmly planted those main gear down on 30 left. And then we had some close taxis tonight as well. FedEx 798 Heavy with some excellent lighting here this evening. Arriving from Memphis, Tennessee with the 767-300 freighter. So we also got our UPS A300 from Chicago, Rockford, that taxied on Mike as well. We'd have some other interesting Mike taxis. Icelandair. They arrived on the north parallel, but they got off on taxiway Mike, made it all the way down here next to us, taxiing to Terminal 2. Icelandair now bringing the MAX 9, upping the capacity for the spring and summer operations from Reykjavik to MSP. So great to see Icelandair taxi on Mike next to us, nice and close. And then we have our flights to Rome back for the 2026 season. Delta 298 lifting off the south parallel runway as the sun would start to take back. We would have a phenomenal golden hour for plane spotting. That, by the way, included this departing flight Delta 298 to Rome. And then we also had Delta 258 to Dublin, Ireland with the A330neo. It had been previously an A330-300. So getting into the golden hour skies, a couple of A330neos to complement the back half of our show today. But as you probably might know, we're missing something. That's right, we're missing the Queen.
Not for long.
Late, but super classy. The 747-8 dispatched from the World Port in Louisville to Minneapolis tonight with the 748. They kind of lifted the nose up a little bit too after those main gear touchdown on 30 left. So we're going to show that again here. It's worthy of a second look here in our highlights package with our UPS 747 arrival. So they touched down with those main gear, nice and smooth landing, by the way. And just before those front gear touched down, they pulled back on the yoke just a little bit. A little bit of a mini bounce. And then later on, and just moments ago, Icelandair 656 headed back to Reykjavik with the MAX 9. Going off the south parallel, runway 30 left. Start to get a little bit more cloudy. But a really nice sky off to our west as well. Look at the lighting too. Ooh, doesn't that look good? Pretty smooth departure out of MSP. We'll take one more good look at it. I'm going to enjoy seeing Icelandair just as much as all the other international airlines that we get to see that fly seasonally. Icelandair, they're year-round now, but they up the capacity in the spring and summer months. So there you go. There's our runway recap for today. What a phenomenal day for plane spotting we had to enjoy and to present you today.
And you know what, Alex, the Queen, I think she's allowed to be a little late. She's a queen. Fashionably delayed. She's here.
So a few things here before we start to wrap up. We're going to take a look at our 6-day forecast. So no live broadcast tomorrow on Thursday. And potentially one on Friday afternoon. Fingers crossed. We'll see. It's all going to depend on work or other things going on. Saturday, things start to warm up a little bit more on Saturday. And then Sunday and Monday, we're going to have some phenomenal weather. Who's ready for 70-degree temps?
Me.
I'm ready for them. And I know that on Monday, we are tentatively planning to be back here during our usual slot. And then also Wednesday, it's going to be a little bit on the colder end as compared to Sunday and Monday. But things are looking warmer. I mean, that's what the trend is indicating. And hopefully the wind is not going to be as much of a factor, but who knows? I mean, I'll tell you what. I don't mind the wind as long as it's not cold out. And also, we want to take the time to let you know that our broadcasts are proudly supported by our wonderful folks over at Jet Set, or the wonderful folks over at Jet Set Shirts. Eric does an amazing job with AvGeek and travel-inspired apparel. So get your aviation swag on. Visit jetsetshirts.com. Link in the description below. And we are also proud to be supported by DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiast. Visit them online 24/7 at dgpilot.com. Visit them in St. Paul inside the historic Union Depot. They are greatly expanding their model aircrafts collection in store. So if you're locally in the Twin Cities area, you have to get over and check out DG Pilot. And that also goes for their online selection as well. So their online and in-store are going to match. So get to DG Pilot and pick up yourself a quality aircraft model today. And also check out all their other amazing Minnesota-made local goods, travel gear, and so much more. Again, visit dgpilot.com. Well, it was an exciting day, RJ, and can't wait to do this again coming up here in the not so distant future.
Well, you know what? I always get excited when I push back for departure out of my garage, or AKA hangar at home, knowing that this is what my destination is, to be out here to be a part of this. So it is what it is. And of course, I got to see the Queen today. Finally, that now for those who I've mentioned, that was what my dad did for a living. Is fly that airplane, along with my uncle. So those of you who got to see it today, and I was actually get to be here to be a part of today's arrival of the Queen, that's what my dad's profession was, as well as my uncle.
Yeah, that's the highlight of the day for me, too.
Gosh.
When they went long, they went all the way down to the end of 3-0 left. They got off on Yankee.
Well, Dad's runway, Dad's airport.
Yep.
You know, they're keeping an eye on it. Me too.
Yeah, so what was your favorite highlight today? I mean, for me, it was the 747, and I'm sure that many of you are going to agree with me that, yeah, the 747 was the showstopper today, especially that arrival.
Yes.
With them keeping the nose up for a little bit. But
because that aircraft is so legendary. It's been around for so many years, and it's still
around
flying.
That aircraft is just enormous. And for good reason, of course.
Well, you know, the little story about that airplane, Alex, is when I was telling my mom, how did Dad ever get that airplane off the ground? And we'd be sitting down at the, what is now the cell phone lot on Old Post Road. And she would say, well, everybody's doing this on board. They're helping get that airplane down the runway and get it airborne. Of course, I was a kid back then, but, I knew she wasn't. I knew she was fibbing me. I said,
everyone row the boat.
Yep, I said, that's what my dad does for a living. It's just like, no, that's not real. Full throttle in the forward position for the, in the cockpit, and off they go.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in to us today and for partaking in some of the live plane spotting action here from MSP. We look forward to our next installment of MSP Airport Live. You know where we're going to be at.
You know where to find us.
Yep. Yeah, so we're also going to be at a new spot coming up pretty soon. More details will be...
Stay tuned.
Yes. Yep. As we get a little bit more information, we'll keep you posted on that as well. So... And then we're excited for LAX coming up in less than a month now.
Be here before you know it.
Oh, my goodness.
Time flies when you're having fun.
I still got to book the rental car. there's just so much. There's so much to do. I mean, we're working on a trailer. I mean, we're going to come out with a lot of fun stuff before and also during our LAX trip. It's going to be a lot of fun. So also big thanks to LA Flights Live, Peter and Josh for hosting us and providing some technical support
Hey, Peter.
as well.
Hey, Josh.
Hello, if you guys are watching, you guys rock.
Absolutely.
I'm going to see if Caveman is still broadcasting from LAX. Maybe I can get home soon enough after we pack up here tonight and
get in
my
on
LAX
their chat.
fix for the day.
Yeah, get in on their chat. I've been meaning to do that. I still haven't.
You should.
I know.
It's a wonderful chat. There's a lot of great people there.
Introduced myself. I said, hey, this is RJ, MSP Airport Live. How's it going?
I think Peter will know who you are. Well, everybody, it's been a lot of fun. It's time to pack up and head home for the day. The sun is starting to set. The viewing area will be closing soon, but MSP Airport Live will be back on the air hopefully later this week, towards the end of this week, and then also hopefully on Monday next week, too. For our outstanding team of mods, for RJ Bean, I'm Alex Redding. Good night, everybody, from Minnesota's Aviation Mecca at MSP. We'll see you later, and happy spotting, everybody. Take care.
See ya.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.